Welcome to the final day of the public inquiry into the planning appeal by Loch Salmon Limited for the proposed fish farm at Beinn. Today we've Fiona Stewart from the National Park Authority. She gave her evidence in chief yesterday and will now be cross-examined by Mr Findlay for the appellants and then re-examined by Mr McKee. So I think that will suffice by way of introductions. I don't think there's any new here today. So you all know the drill, if you like, in terms of fire escapes, toilets and phones to silent, please. So we'll come back to the arrangements for closing submissions at the end. For summaries of case, it should be a summary of your case as it stands at the end of the inquiry. It needn't pick out every subtlety from the evidence and all the detail of it. I'll take out of all the important matters when I'm writing my report. So I'm thinking of a limit of perhaps up to 2,000 words for each summary of case, but we can pick that up at the end. Mr McKee, any procedural matters for you that you wish to raise?
None, sir. None.
Okay, and Mr Findlay, I believe you had something to raise.
Yes, just not really a procedural matter, but rumour has it that this may be Mr McKee's last inquiry, so I thought it should not pass unnoticed. I understand that Mr McKee has been with Anderson Strathern for over 21 years, specialising in planning and transport, and is a well-kent face at inquiries, and briefly to say that he will be missed in that particular scene. It's not suggesting he's retiring. I'm just thinking this is his last inquiry. So it's not a eulogy in that sense or a resume of his career, but I thought it should not pass unnoticed. It's been a pleasure. I have worked with him, against him, in cases in which he's been related to, and it's been a pleasure to do so. So I thought we should mark that with a short announcement. Thank you very much.
I am moved, and for once, Leonard Council doesn't flatter to deceive, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Findlay. And I'm sure all my colleagues at PPA would echo those sentiments. Okay, pleasantries probably finished for a moment. Mr Findlay, I'll pass over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr Stewart. I think you confirmed yesterday that you adopt the appropriate assessment in your recognition. There are relevant sections in the report which we'll come to at the moment which relate to the same matters, and I presume you are the author of those, at least at one remove. Is that correct?
I am for the appropriate assessment, yeah. It's me that completed that.
And then in terms of the inquiry statement for this hearing, I understand you also adopt that.
I do, yeah.
Grateful. And you also appeared at the nature of development hearing where there were matters that were relevant to this session and matters that weren't. But as far as the relevant matters are concerned, I presume you adopt those as well.
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. When you compiled your appropriate assessment, was that a matter you did yourself or did you have input from others?
I did it myself, but within the National Park we have an ecologist and of course my line manager, so we're all experienced in habitat regulation assessment, and also I've done many habitat regulation assessments and appropriate assessments, so I used that skill, and I always do, I pulled together all the facts that I had and then used our own pro forma and completed that. So in a nutshell, yes, it was my own work here.
And we'll come back to that in a little bit more detail in a moment, but we heard yesterday that Professor Adams wasn't instructed until July of this year. Did you have any outside professional input?
No, we didn't, although having said that, we didn't have Professor Adams, but what normally happens is when we've got a situation like this, we would consult the external statutory consultees. So we did, speak with Marine Scotland, we did speak with Nature Scot, and we got their consultee responses. And then, of course, as you'll see, I did take account of, I'd never get the name correct, so forgive me while I just go and check that I've got their organisational name correct, but Argyll Fisheries Board, etc.
You've mentioned some of those in your appropriate assessment, yes. So I understand that you had input from the consultees, and indeed you had I think you had a meeting of some, whether virtual or actual, with Nature Scott in around September before the decision was taken. Grateful for all of that. I think yesterday you'll have heard me, moving just a number of preliminary matters, yesterday you'll have heard me put to Professor Adams that the SAC was designated primarily for river and brook lamprey, and salmon are a qualifying species because they appear in Annex 2 of the Habitats Directive. And whilst that doesn't mean a difference in protection, it wasn't designated, the SAC wasn't designated because of the Endrick salmon. I see you nodding.
Yes, but it's important to note that when undertaking, I'm going to read from the GNCC website, when undertaking appropriate assessment of impacts at a site, all features of European importance, both primary and non-primary, which is what the Atlantic salmon are, need to be considered. So there's no differentiation between the two when I'm carrying out the appropriate assessments.
No, absolutely, and I intended to make that clear in my question to you. There's no difference in protection whether you're primary or secondary, but the designation was not for the salmon interest.
No, that is one of the qualifying features, species, sorry. And when I look at the conservation objectives for the Endrick water special area of conservation, it's very clear that the qualifying species are Atlantic salmon, brook lamprey and river lamprey, so I can't make any differentiation between importance. One doesn't top the other.
I'm not suggesting it did, but the designation was for the lamprey. That's why it's primary. Yes.
But it is there as what you called it, as not a primary reason, but a secondary feature. So
yeah. Okay. In terms of the broad legal frameworks, hopefully I'm not going to stray into overly into legal matters, but I think we've got to establish the framework, the playing field we're playing on. The applicant has to satisfy the appropriate authority, which in this case is the park, that there is no real risk to the adverse effects to the integrity of the site. You'd accept that? That's a fundamental
yes, I definitely would, because that's what the whole process, I undertook, for the, first of all, the habitat regulation assessment generally, and then the more detailed appropriate assessment. So, yeah, definitely.
And I think you make it clear in, I can't remember which document, you accept the test is one of no reasonable scientific doubt.
I do indeed. We're always looking for evidence, yeah.
And you presumably also accept that it may be necessary to work with probabilities or estimates when there's no absolute certainty.
No, I wouldn't say we work with probabilities. I am looking for evidence, and if I can't prove that there will be no adverse effect, then I can't, unfortunately, complete the appropriate assessment with the conclusion no adverse effect, because both European guidance and the guidance produced by Nature Scott, I'm going to read out that relevant page. It's page 65, and it's within NPA 38, and it's the guidance on aquaculture and Natura 2000. It's very clear. I cannot be pragmatic. It says, to sum up, there are two possible conclusions that can be drawn from this assessment. There is no adverse effect, and the project or plan can be approved as it stands. There will be adverse effects, or adverse effects cannot be ruled out. I could not rule out adverse effects because I didn't have appropriate evidence.
Well, I'll come to that document in a moment. I think we've been looking at that in CD 6.4, but it probably appears in a number of places. But just come back to the question that I asked you was, do you, which I think you rejected my suggestion, but I'm put to you again just so that it's clear. in some cases, do you accept that it can be necessary to work with probabilities and estimates or not?
Question.
Well,
I'm just trying to think it through. So, estimates. I can't estimate whether there would be an adverse effect or not. Either there will be, or there will not be, or it could be there's an adverse effect which can be mitigated against. So there's not going to be an issue. But I couldn't say, for example, there would just be a small number of fish affected, because I don't know. There's so many variables in what could happen at this site. So,
okay, well, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But we'll come on to the conclusion that you reached, but I think that's sufficient for my purposes. Do you also, you presumably accept that you should give considerable weight to the appropriate nature conservation body, which I think is a technical term, and that consistency in decision making is important?
So you're referring to the Nature Scots letter? Just bear with me, and I'm just going to pull up that letter so that I know I'm quoting them correctly. Now, we did go to Nature Scot. They are a statutory consultee. We always value their opinion.
No, just before you, I'm going to come to that letter in more detail in a moment, but it's just a matter of generality. That they're not just a statutory consultee. In European terms, they're the appropriate nature conservation body, aren't they?
Yes, they are, yeah.
And you should give considerable weight to their views. You're not bound by them, but as a matter of generality, you should give considerable weight to their views. Thank you. And presumably also, when you're conducting an appropriate assessment, unlike preparing for a case such as this, you have to be impartial.
Oh gosh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Now, if we then turn to CD 6.4, which was the European guidance which you were going to. Document that featured quite heavily, I think, in Mr. McKee's cross-examination. I just want to, whilst looking through it, I just wanted to have a look, first of all, at page 11. It provides some definitions of coastal, off-coast and offshore farming. And just looking at coastal farming, physical setting, the site is less than 500 metres from the shore. Just seeing how it would fit in, it doesn't actually fit into the depth requirement, because we know the depth is deeper than 10 metres, and it's within sight of the shore users. Under exposure, the waves are greater than 1 metre, the wave heights that we know about, but less than 3 to 4. Would you accept that? That's the evidence.
No, I'm not really sure why this is coming up here. I'm looking at this definition of a marine finfish, farm as such. So, sorry,
I'm just going down coastal.
Parallels between this and the definition, between the proposal and the definition.
No, I'm just seeing how one would fit into this definition. Under exposure.
I think so.
Yeah, under exposure, you would. We're in the least exposed category. And under local winds and local currents, we're again in the least exposed category. I don't think there are, in fact, strong tidal currents in Loch Long. No one suggested that. But and certainly in terms of being sheltered, somewhat sheltered or exposed, you described the site. I think you have actually described the site as sheltered.
Yes, it probably is, yeah. Relatively sheltered, yeah.
Well, it's not relatively sheltered. I suggest it is sheltered. Difficult to find a more sheltered site on the west coast of Scotland. Perhaps if you were right up by Arica, you might be slightly more sheltered, but it is a sheltered site. If we move on, that was just to the section 5, which begins at page 45. There's a useful box setting out what is in effect a summary of the assessment on that page. I don't think we need to ask anything about that. But if you go on to page 61, if you look at the top of the page, it says the assessment should apply the best available techniques and methods to estimate the extent and magnitude of the effects. Now, from your previous answer to my question about probabilities and estimates, it appeared to me that you didn't see your role as estimating extent and magnitude of effects.
No, my role is to look for evidence of, as I spoke about, adverse effects. So I was looking for evidence of, previous proposals that are very similar. I'm looking for evidence that there's not going to be escapes. So the actual modelling would not be my role. So I'm looking at the various things here, and that's where, for example, we've contacted Marine Scotland for expert advice and the benthic impacts, etc. There's so many areas can be ruled out which are in this box, and the ones I could not rule out are the ones which are in my appropriate assessment, and that's integration.
So if you don't work with estimating extent and magnitude of effects or looking at probabilities and estimates, I'd suggest to you you've taken a too extreme approach to it.
No, I wouldn't say that at all, because you heard Professor Adams, and he was talking about the many variables regarding the fragility of the Hendrick water and the Atlantic salmon. And what I was looking at was basically, I was looking for evidence that there would be no escape, and I just didn't have that. And then the other area is the fact that I looked at the assessment, which is obviously scientific, that was carried out by NEPS, which told me that basically that the population was deteriorating, so it was declining. So that was evidence that I used, and that's what provided me with the information for my appropriate assessment.
Yeah. Well, we'll come on to NEPS, but I don't recall that being referred to in your appropriate assessment.
Yes, I'll just go back to the
Well, if it is, don't worry, we'll come to your appropriate assessment. We'll bear that in mind, and if I forget to pick it up for any reason, I'm sure Mr. McKee will in re-examination. But that's very helpful in understanding the way you've approached it, and I can make submissions on that. But just looking down the commonly used methods, one does see that the third one, for instance, is quantitative predictive models. Fourth is population level studies. I think you mentioned the sixth, information from previous similar projects may be useful, and expert opinions and judgments may be useful. Can I just ask you about that? I don't believe the park has done an appropriate assessment on a finfish farm before.
No, we have not, and that was why it was so important that we diligently looked for evidence of other semi-closed containment systems, and that was also why we contacted Nature Scot, Marine Scotland, because we're looking for that evidence. So we certainly have carried out, we've been planning applications for other fish farms, but not marine. So, because we've got the scoping for Argentini, for example. But yeah, so that's why the due diligence was applied there.
Well, we'll come to the extent of your due diligence in due course, but I think I've asked you enough about that page. If you go on to page 64, the paragraph at the top of the page says mitigation measures are an integral part of the specifications of a plan or project and should be considered during the AA. That's the appropriate assessment. In practice, this creates an iterative process. Projects which may seem unsuitable at first can be improved by the introduction of adequate mitigation. Can I just give you a bit of background to the question? In March of last year, my clients were told that the matter would go to a meeting in May with a recommendation for rejection due to landscape, only landscape. When did you form your view on the appropriate assessment?
Last year. Oh, I really need to think about dates here. I think it went to our board in October.
Yes.
So the appropriate assessment was completed probably. In fact, if I not get a date, I'm just going to check I haven't put a date on there.
I couldn't see one. You may find one.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to say I'm not sure when I completed that, but it certainly was several months before, the board meeting, because I think our board meeting was delayed.
It was delayed because the Queen died.
So, of course it was. Yeah,
and we know you had a meeting with Nature Scott, but coming back to the timescale that I suggested to you, if it was ready to go to the meeting in May, had you formed a view on your appropriate assessment or impact on wild salmon for the SAC in March or April of last year?
I'll have to take an educated guess here and say if it was going to the May committee, yes, I would have done. I'm pretty sure I remember, being in winter meetings to work on this. So, yeah, it would have been.
Can you think of any reason why then? And two questions. Firstly, it wasn't mentioned to my client, and secondly, why no iterative process was undertaken, why you didn't go back to them and say, can you not provide further mitigation, such as, for instance, suggesting, as Professor Adams did yesterday, that you might put triploid fish into the pens, just as an example.
Basically, I would have had the information that I required for the appropriate assessment. The planner's role is to, basically go back forward with the applicant, and I do believe that there was considerable discussion. I also remember being on site where at no point did we agree that it would be appropriate to have the fish farm in that location. So I can't answer the fact that it wasn't made clear to the applicant that it would fail its appropriate assessment. But I can only answer on the side of, I definitely remember at no point did we say that it was okay, and that there wouldn't be an adverse effect.
I haven't suggested you did, but the timing and what the applicant was told is perhaps of lesser importance, but of more major importance is why you didn't at any stage go back to the applicant and say, we are thinking, or I am thinking, that this project is going to fail on habitat regulation ground, and discuss the prospect of mitigation with them, additional mitigation measures, because you didn't do that. The first time the applicant knew about your negative recommendation and negative assessment was when they saw the report.
The onus is very much on the applicant to provide the information for us for the appropriate assessment.
But it would appear that you'd set your face against the project and that took the view that nothing the applicant say could change your mind.
No, not at all. A major part of my job is to look for appropriate mitigation and to assist the planning process, because we are a planning authority at the end of the day, so no, not at all.
So if a major part of your job is to look for mitigation, surely you should have gone to the applicants to ask about mitigation.
Mitigation was all contained within the FEMP, so I went through that with a fine-tooth comb. But the problem was not so much just mitigation, it's also to remember that I was unable to find any existing technology that would give me confidence that there would not be an escape of fish. And also I'd looked at Aqua Scotland site, and very much it's a case of the technical standard has to be improved. Too many variables.
So I understand about escape of fish. So just in a matter of everything you would say about the semi-contained system would obviously also apply to an open net system.
From the evidence that I've got, and that's what I was looking for. Now, I'm very aware that there's a difference in that it's basically the double barrier as such, which definitely welcome. But I just don't know enough about the technology. What I do know is that from my research into and I'll use Aqua Scotland again, the PPA-002-2020 document, that human failure, human error, technical errors, the little evidence I could find from the internet regarding the semi-closed containment system, the fact that the Aqua Controls, 2023 report, that's page 8 and page 12, are very clear that the SCC is still at the pilot stage. It's not ready for development, so I can't be pragmatic in the appropriate assessment.
That you're answering a question I didn't ask you, and if you do me the credit of answering the questions, we'll move on more swiftly. The question I asked you was whether your conclusions about semi-contained fish farms in terms of escapes, add that, but just to make it clear, but that was the clear context, would apply to open net farms, wouldn't they?
So, in the context, you mean the technology? No,
I mean, your concern about this farm, as you've made clear, is the risk of escape.
Yeah.
And I think you've accepted, and Professor Adams certainly did yesterday, that the risk of escape for a semi-contained system is lower than an open net farm. So it would appear logical that your concerns about the semi-contained farms would apply with equal, in fact, greater force to open net fish farms.
No, I think I'm going to have to go back to what I said there. I didn't have enough evidence to state that there wouldn't be the same chance for escape. I totally accept that the semi-permeable, the permeable membrane as such is going to be more resilient, but there isn't enough evidence for me to say it one way or the other, and that's what the problem was.
Well, just looking at risk of escape, well, we'll come on to that evidence, but that's I'm going to suggest an unusual position to adopt, but I'll come back to that. If we move on in the document to page 65, which is the passage you quoted in the third paragraph, to sum up, there are two possible conclusions on an appropriate assessment. Either the project can be approved or it can't be approved. There are two bases for not approving it. One is a positive view that there will be adverse effects. Well, the second is that adverse effects cannot be ruled out. I see you nodding. So you're happy with that analysis?
Yes, yeah.
Grateful. Could we then, just bearing that in mind, go to the decision notice, which is, I think, CD 132 or APP 133. And the relevant part of the notice is on page 2. And what this says is that the Park Authority took the view that there would be an adverse effect. So of the two alternatives, it's not that they couldn't rule out adverse effects, but they formed the view that there would be an adverse effect. Do you accept that?
Yeah, well, I'm just going to make sure I've got wording here, because I remember this coming up at our board meeting. That's pedantics of what we actually have to say. But we did say there will be an adverse effect. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't matter. We'll come on to what you said at the board meeting in a moment, to be fair to you. But the case that your Park Authority is putting to this inquiry and to the Scottish ministers is not that they couldn't rule out an adverse effect, but that there would be, positive, would be an adverse effect. No, with respect, Stuart, what's black and white is that either you refuse, you rule out a proposal or not, but there are two bases on which you can reject a proposal. One is a positive finding that there will be adverse effects, or you cannot rule out adverse effects. You've just agreed that analysis. This reason for refusal is drafted on the first of the two alternatives, that there will be adverse effects. And that is the case that your Park Authority is putting forward, and you are here to defend, as I understand it.
That's right. We did say there would be adverse effects because effectively we could not rule it out.
No. You said there would be an adverse effect.
Because that's the pedantics of the language.
It's not. No. Your reasons for refusal, as you well know, have to be clear and precise. You haven't refused this because you can't rule out adverse effects. You've refused this because there would be an adverse effect.
Yeah. Yes.
Now, following that decision, there was some correspondence, and in if you turn to APP 6.9. It's a letter from those instructing me. And if you go to paragraph 2.2a, sorry, my apologies. Let me know when you're there. So if you go to paragraph 2.2a on the first page, it's a report of what you said at the board meeting. And paragraph 2.2a says that you clarified the conclusion in the appropriate assessment was that an adverse effect on integrity could not be ruled out on a precautionary basis, rather than a positive conclusion that there would be an adverse effect as a result of the proposed development. Is that an accurate record of your advice to the board?
I remember that well. I was trying to explain to one of the board members exactly why that was the situation, and again it was back to the pedantics of what the language meant. So I remember explaining to that board member that it was a case of, I could not rule it out.
Right. So
I could not be precautionary. I could not be, pragmatic.
So if you listen to the question, the answer is that is accurate.
It could not be ruled out.
No. The report of what you said to the board is accurate.
Conclusion. Yes, I think it is. Yeah.
So your case is that it's not that there would be an adverse effect, but that you couldn't rule out an adverse effect. I don't want to be unfair to you. That's why I'm asking you.
I know what you're saying. I would actually say they're one and the same because of the way in which the legislation works. I have to say there will be an effect or there will not. So that's where that's coming from.
Stuart,
so correct in that I could not rule it out.
No, because two points on that. First of all, if that is your understanding of the legislation, Stuart, I have to suggest to you that's a clear misunderstanding. And secondly, coming back to this letter, I'm going to ask you in clear terms, is the record of what is recorded you saying to a board member accurate or not?
Yes, it is probably, yes, it is accurate, yeah.
Thank you. And then in B, the conclusion was only based on the potential impact of farmed salmon escaping and interacting with wild salmon, leading to genetic integration. Sea lice wasn't the basis for the appropriate assessment and for the negative appropriate assessment.
No, sea lice were not.
Yeah. So that's accurate too.
Yeah.
And then in 2.3, I'm just going to ask you to note at the moment, the emphasis, as you've already made clear this morning, was on technology, that it hadn't been tested in Scotland, and they'd taken account of the Carradale event. We'll come back to that. I think that's all I need to take from that letter. Could you then go on to 6.10? You'll see this is a letter from Mr. McKee, and the last paragraph is underlined and in bold. For the avoidance of any doubt, the MPA stands by its entire decision notice, dated 4th November 2022, refusing planning permission for this development, including that it would have an adverse effect on the integrity of the Endrick Water SAC. So that is mounting a positive case if there was any dubiety about it. But I just understood from your evidence that that's not your case. You're saying is that you don't know whether it will or it won't have a positive, an adverse effect, and because you can't rule it out, you have to come to a negative view. Is that a fair description of your position?
No, I think it's fair to say that we didn't have adequate evidence that there would not be an adverse effect. So that's what the appropriate assessment is all about. It's providing appropriate evidence. And if I can't find that, then I cannot be pragmatic, and I have to conclude it would have an adverse effect on the integrity.
Well, first of all, that's not what you're recorded as saying, but I'd suggest to you that that is a fundamentally flawed understanding of the appropriate assessment process. There is a material logical difference in you not being satisfied that there won't be an adverse effect on the one hand, and you being satisfied that there will be an adverse effect on the other hand. Now, I'll give you one more chance. Do you accept the difference between the two or not?
I accept the difference in what you're saying there, but I have to adhere to what the guidance from Nature Scot and within this document states, and if there is not sufficient evidence, then I have to conclude that there will be an adverse effect. So
then I've tried to be as fair as I can to you, Stuart. Is your evidence to the Scottish ministers that there will be an adverse effect, or that you cannot rule one out?
I would say it's both.
Well, I'm going to suggest to you that's a particularly uncomfortable position to adopt. But we'll come back to that in due course. Because in the light of your answer, I think we can take the next part of cross-examination fairly swiftly, in that throughout the inquiry statements, response to appeal, in some instances, you're saying, and indeed your own recognition, I think, In some instances, you're saying there would be an effect, and in some instances, you're saying you can't rule it out. But we're to read those as you understanding they're one and the same thing.
Okay, I'll clarify that. It's basically, I could not rule out that there would be an effect. So that really is, my situation. I was looking for more evidence and I didn't have it.
Okay, you were looking for more evidence.
Yeah.
You couldn't rule out there would be an effect. So you're not saying that for certain there will be an adverse effect on the SAC?
No, I'm just saying I could not rule it out.
Well, that's the position I thought you were taking. I'm grateful we've got to that. So your position is you can't rule it in, you can't rule it out, therefore you have to refuse. I just put to you that that's not the public position that the Park has taken as confirmed in writing by the Park's solicitor.
No, we are saying it will have an adverse effect. So that's back to the situation I was explaining. I either have to say it will not have an adverse effect or it will have an adverse effect. Right. So the last paragraph in that letter is stating what I said within my appropriate assessment, which is that it would have an adverse effect on the integrity of the Inlet Water SAC because effectively, I cannot rule it out.
Well, the answer you've just given has a clear logical break in it. Just because you can't rule something out doesn't mean that you can conclude the positive. Do you understand the concept?
I understand the concept, but the legislation is very black and white. It's very binary.
The legislation is binary in saying you can either approve a project or not, depending on overriding reasons of public importance and the like. It is binary. I accept that. But go back to the document if you want, but there are two bases on which you can refuse. One is a positive conclusion there will be an effect, and the other is that you can't rule a negative effect out. You accepted that analysis when I put it to you. I'm asking you which basis I'm going to just ask you one more time, then I'll move on. Which basis we should understand you to be adopting, as opposed to the Park Authority, you to be adopting as to the reason why you advised that there should be a negative outcome to the appropriate assessment?
It would have an adverse effect. Right.
Well, that's clear. I suggest to you that's contrary to the advice you gave to the board.
Mr. Finlay, sorry, can I just, because I just want to be clear that I'm understanding this right, because we've been on this and I seem to be hearing two different things. So can we just go back to the guidance, so the CD 6.4, page 65, and that paragraph that says to sum up, if you've got it, there are two possible conclusions that can be drawn from this assessment. So one, there is no adverse effect, and the project or plan cannot be approved as it stands. So clearly that wasn't the result of the appropriate assessment. The second option is there will be adverse effects, or adverse effects cannot be ruled out. They don't both have to apply. In fact, perhaps neither can both apply. So I thought your view is the latter, that adverse effects cannot be ruled out, not that there will be adverse effects. It doesn't seem to me that once you conclude the second part, that they can't be ruled out, that you then have to say, therefore there will be adverse effects. It's sufficient to say adverse effects can be ruled out and leave it at that. So I just want to be really clear, is that what your position is saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying, but that also means that there must be adverse effects? I mean, it takes you to the same place in terms of your decision, but I just want to be absolutely clear what you're saying to me.
I know, it does take you to the same place. My understanding of completing the pro formas as such is that we have to say either there will be no adverse effect or there will be an adverse effect. So that's where I'm coming from there.
Thank you. Just give me a minute to write this down.
Right, I think you've gone round the houses on that enough, so I'm going to move off that. I can deal with by closing submissions. The other issue about the reason for refusal I want to ask you about is that it doesn't expressly refer to anywhere in it to rivers other than the Endrick, does it?
Our concern was Endrick water, yeah, absolutely, because it's a European protected site, yeah.
Did you reach any conclusions on other rivers apart from the Endrick?
I had to look at the other rivers because when I'm carrying out an appropriate assessment, I would always look at if it was habitats, the surrounding habitats, because there, are reasons of, connectivity I would need to look at, and it's exactly the same with the rivers. So I did look at the other salmon rivers for context to see what the state of the Atlantic salmon was in that area. And also I had taken cognizance of the consultee responses, so I did look at them all. But although there was reference within my general ecology advice to other salmon rivers, it was only in my appropriate assessment for background information.
Yes. Okay. Understand that. We'll come to whether it is indeed relevant to your appropriate assessment in the way that you've used it. But again, I'll ask the question again. I can't remember exactly how I put it. But did you reach a view on other rivers, any view on other rivers apart from the Endrick SAC as to the impact of this development?
Yes, generally I did. Of course I did, because from Loch Long you've got several salmon rivers. So that was within my ecology response, which stated that there could be an effect there. But this, I'm talking about the appropriate assessment here.
Yeah, but so I'm not talking about
that.
The appropriate assessment. I'm going to talk over you here for a moment. So if you just listen to the question, I'm not talking about the appropriate assessment. I'm asking you whether you reached a view on those other rivers, and if you did, why there isn't a reason for refusal in respect to them.
When we're all working together and making a planning decision, it can be very difficult to narrow down just exactly what we're going to focus on. And in view of the importance of the European site, we felt that, within, and I think I'm correct in this, but I don't write the planning report, that there was relevance to the other salmon rivers, but the Endrick absolutely had to be our top priority because it's a European protected site.
Well, I can understand that. Did you ever give advice that the application should be refused because of impact on other salmon rivers?
No, I did not.
Thank you. You moving off that and back to the general terms of the appropriate assessment. I think you said this was the first appropriate, confirmed that the first appropriate assessment that farm had done in respect of a finfish farm. Is it the first appropriate assessment that you've done that concerned genetic introgression?
Indeed it is, yes, because it's not been a concern for us in the park.
This is not the first time the park has been asked about impacts on the Endrick SAC, is it?
No, not at all. We've had many run-of-river hydro schemes. We've had developments at the edge of Wards Estate. We've had developments which would affect the leaving and construction. So, yeah, quite a few. And of course, we've got another 11 SACs, which, some are of relevance. So, we're quite versed in appropriate assessments for the Endrick water, yeah.
The park was asked about it in respect of the application for a fish farm on Arran, wasn't it?
Now, which paper was that again? I'm just going to check so I know I'm talking about the correct one here.
Right here. Well, let me take you to document 6.1.
Okay.
There are three I'm going to ask you about in date order. This is Nature Scott's draft habitats regs appraisal for the east of Millstone Point, Lochranza, Arran. The European site potentially affected was the Endrick Water SAC. And did you have regard to this when you reached your view on the Endrick SAC?
Do you mean the response to this?
Yes.
Or?
Well, but anything to do with the Arran, the analysis of the impact on the Endrick SAC for the Arran decision, was that something you took into account?
No, we didn't take cumulative into account.
Not cumulative, no. Did you take into account what the advice from Nature Scott was in respect of impact on the Endrick SAC in respect of the Arran decision when you reached your conclusion?
Yes, I did look at the appropriate assessments for other fish farms in the area. Yeah.
Did you take this one into account?
Yes, I did. I read what they said. Yeah.
Sorry?
I did read what they said. Yeah.
It's not referred to in your appropriate assessment, I don't think, is it?
No, it's just basically trimming for information, and that's why I was looking at that one. The one for me that was of concern, obviously, it would be the one specific to this planning proposal, but obviously I would look at other cases for a bit of background information.
How did you get hold of this appropriate assessment?
It's on the internet.
So it's not, and if we turn to page 3, the concerns that led to the appropriate assessment being undertaken are in the box on the top of that page, and they're exactly the same as the ones that arise in this case. Sea lice and genetic integration.
So you're referring to page 3 of their appropriate assessment?
Yes.
Yes, I have noted that the appropriate assessments up until the 2023 one have all been very similar.
Well, there may be careful what you say here, Ms. Stewart, in case you're criticising Nature Scott by inference, but the question I asked you was a very specific question, which was the two factors identified in this case, in the Arran case, are identical to the two factors identified in this case.
But it's always all about location. So
Mr. Could you answer the question? No, are they the same two factors?
The same two factors, but it's all about location. No two sites are the same.
Well, we'll go on to do that, but again, give me the credit of answering the questions. They then look at the conservation objectives, and under Conservation Objective 1, they take the view that there will be no disturbance to qualifying species because of the physical separation distance at 96 kilometres. You see that?
I do.
And then under Conservation Objective 2, they take the view that that is the key conservation objective that could be compromised, and they go on to consider that. And we'll come on to how their consideration of that in a moment in the next box. And then under the last indentation, no significant disturbance of the species, we do not consider that the operation of the proposed Millstone Point fish farm will result in significant disturbance, again due to physical separation. The physical separation of from the SAC, which they're talking about, I think the physical separation from the application or the appeal site is some 70 or so kilometres.
No, it's not as far as that. I think so. Nature Scott said that it was from the mouth of the Endrick it was 60, and I think yourselves, I think the applicant might have said it was 55.
Because I asked Professor Adams about this yesterday, about whether the different separation distances, and his view that his concerns would apply to any fish farm within the Clyde estuary. Are you suggesting there's a material difference between the distance away from this proposed fish farm and the appeal fish farm?
What I'm going to say is that they are all different. I have not looked at...
No, can you answer the question? Is there a significant or material difference between the distance that a escapee would have to go from this fish farm to get into the Endrick and from the appeal fish farm?
I would say the separation distance does not apply because the fish can travel considerable distances. So
I'm going to take from that you don't think there's a material difference because fish can travel large distances. Would that be fair?
Yes, they can, yeah.
Thank you. So, grateful for that. What other material differences are there between the Millstone Point application and our application that make them different in terms of risk of genetic integration?
The distance is obviously important. I'm trying to
Well,
think
you've just
here.
said that it's unimportant, so we can rule that out.
No, I'm just trying to think here. So material differences. I'm not familiar with the site at any great detail at all. So I know it's open net, but beyond that, I really don't know much about it. I haven't looked at evidence for it, so I'm not at all comfortable commenting on this case because I don't know it as well as I know the proposal.
Because, again, Professor Adams yesterday accepted, and I think you've done it this morning, that logically a double net system will lead to less escapes than a single net system.
It could do, but I don't have that evidence, so can I go on full circle back to having said that?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by evidence, but your logic and the evidence that there will be a double net, which the outer net being opaque, is evidence in itself, is it not?
If it worked, that's absolutely true, but that's what I have said many times. Unfortunately, I could not find evidence of operational semi-closed containment systems But I would hope, yes, it would, and it would be a major step forward in the technology and improvement, therefore, of fish populations.
Well, perhaps we can short-circuit this. If you had been persuaded that it had been successfully proven to work, would you have still objected?
If I'd had evidence that it really did provide technology where there were no fish escapes, then it would have been a very different conclusion within my appropriate assessment. But it's always evidence that we're looking for. And it was that lack of evidence, unfortunately, that made me reach the decision that I did.
Well, again, I can comment on that, and we'll come to the evidence in due course, but that's a very helpful answer. Thank you. If we go to the next page in this assessment, under mitigation, the first 4 paragraphs and the reason relate to lice, which we're not concerned with. It's the last paragraph which relates to genetic integration, and the Nature Scot have clearly formed the view that if there's adherence to Scottish technical standards, the risk of equipment failure and subsequent escape of farm salmon is sufficiently reduced for them to reach a conclusion, and that's where you and they differ.
It is, yeah.
The technical standards you would accept apply both to open net farms and to semi-contained farms, the current technical standards.
Well, no, not specifically the confined, because it's all about the open net farms.
Well, just be careful what you say. Have you looked at the technical standards?
Yes, I have.
It's APP 627. If you turn to the glossary on page 50, (627).
I just have it as a core document, so just no, it's fine. I don't have both references, so if you just give me a minute, I should be able to find it. So it's core document 6.2 also, if that's easier to find.
Thank you. And if you turn to page 50, it's in the glossary, and there's a definition of pens. Do you have that? Page 50? Yeah. Look at pens. So it's any floating installation that provides support for a net used to contain fish. It includes all related elements. I'm not going to read them out. The term pen applies to circular plastic installations, the square steel, wooden, rubber installations that are in common use in Scottish agriculture and other less common structures such as semi-submersible or closed containment units. There'll be no justification for suggesting that the word pen in the document didn't include semi-containment systems. Would do. Clearly does. Would clearly apply. And indeed, Nature Scott would think it applies because they've suggested it would apply in their draft appropriate assessment in this case.
But we don't think that the standards are tight enough, and I must also draw your eye.
No. The question whether the standards are tight enough is a different question. The standards would apply.
Yes, the standards would apply. Yeah.
Grateful. You don't think the standards are tight enough. Now, is that a view that the park has adopted formally, that the technical standards are not tight enough?
What I used was evidence which came from...
No. I've asked you the question. Has the park adopted a view that the technical standards are not tight enough?
We have, because of evidence that's available, yes.
So have you written to Scottish ministers and said your technical standards are defective?
We don't need to, because Scottish ministers in the, and I'll make sure I get the correct name for you in this one, but the Salmon Interaction Working Group, as agreed by Scottish Government, they're all of the clear opinion that the Scottish finfish aquaculture regulatory regime does need to be tightened up. And in the 2018 Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform Committee, Nature Scott themselves, when they were SNH, actually said within point 190, SNH identifies escapes as a key concern, saying, as we are not clear how widespread integration is in Scotland, we're unable to determine the levels of impacts on native population. SNH welcomes the 2015 industry-led introduction of the Scottish Technical Standard to reduce the risk of escapes, but considers there is a lack of information on the uptake of the standards to allow the success of these measures to be assessed.
That's not criticising the standards, is it? In fact, on the contrary, it's rather suggesting the standards are good, but they're not sure whether they've been applied.
Can I just so as I've got, what were you quoting from there, just so as I've got it down right?
Yes, it's, I don't have a CD number, it's APP 3.13, and it's on page 41.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Finlay, carry on.
That's fine. But that's not support for saying the standards are deficient. I mean, we all know the standards are being updated, and that's a process that's due to come out this year, apparently, and so that the updated standards would apply if the farm was permitted. But come back to it. What do you say is inadequate about the standards, the current standards?
It's probably the monitoring, because there have been so many instances, as evidenced within NPA 61, the Aqua Scotland site, which shows the number of escapes over several years for several purposes: human error, equipment error. Obviously, there are not sufficient checks. It is not tight enough.
Okay, so I understand it. It's monitoring that your concern is about.
That's one of the areas, yeah.
What are the others?
To prevent escape. It could also be the equipment, the actual equipment itself. I don't have.
No, Stuart. Please answer the question. My question is about what is deficient about the standards. Now, monitoring of the standards is itself not a deficiency in the standards, but what is deficient about the standards, the current standards, in the park's view or your view?
The monitoring of equipment to prevent escape.
Okay, so we've got monitoring. What else?
Monitoring, the the actual equipment that's that's what it is. It's monitoring of equipment, which is a variety of different areas. So it's making sure that also training is in place, making sure if I remember rightly, the Finfish Standards Appendix 7 make sure that they state that the staff must be adequately trained. So perhaps that needs tightened. I'm not an expert in that area. All I can say is they are not working. They are not fit for purpose.
Well, no, that's far too lazy, Mr. The standards may be fit for purpose, but they may not be being enforced. Do you understand that? Do you accept that that's a logical possibility? As I understand it, your concern is not as to whether the standards themselves are fit for purpose, but whether they're being properly enforced. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair. That's
Thank
fair.
you.
And that's why I did not agree with the Nature Scot conditions, because it seemed to me that they were stating that it was important to monitor the situation after the fish escape, which is too late.
I've asked you about the standards, and we've got your answer in respect to them. We can put APP 6.1 away. And I was going to take you to the reported decision, which is APP 5.1, but so can I just ask you to note that in the context? I don't think there's a need to go there in the light of the answers that we've had. The next decision, I think, in time order is Ardyne. And if you could go to Appendix 6.2, APP, sorry, 6.2, you'll find Argyll and Butte's report on the Ardyne proposal, which is, as I understand it, in an identical distance from the SAC or equivalent, rather than identical, equivalent distance to the SAC as the appeal site is. Well, no, I think you're going to need to go to the document, and I think before you start 6.2, before you start talking about it, you're here to answer questions, not to give your view on documents generally.
Okay.
Do you have it? So, just so there's no debate, this was about relocation and enlargement of an existing marine fish farm. And it's an equivalent distance away from the Endrick SAC, as the appeal site is. And On, I think like most of Argyll's reports, it's not paginated, but if you go to the third page of the document, you'll see towards the bottom of the page a reference to Nature Scott and their consultation responses. And they, in summary, take into account the SAC, but don't object if mitigation is carried out. Then we see that the Argyll and Over the Page and District Salmon Fishery Board objected in very similar terms to that which they've objected to this application. And then if we go on to the next page, which is page 5, we see the Parks consultation response. Did you have a hand in drafting the consultation response in February 2020?
Yeah, and you'll know we're not the competent authorities, so we defer to Nature Scott for their opinion. But yes,
well,
so I was aware of that one. Yeah.
See what it says. The competent authority in this case was Argyll and Bute. They're the decision-making body.
Yeah.
They do not consider there will be a landscape or visual impact on the park. They note that Nature Scott have highlighted that it could affect the Endrick water. Lamprey within the national park will be unaffected, but this proposal, by this proposal, although Loch Striven could have a significant effect on Atlantic salmon passage to the River Endrick SAC, which is in the national park. In view of the national park's formal agreement and their role as national park, and NS's role regarding advice on protected sites out with the park. Now, just pausing there for a moment, the SAC is not out with the park, is it?
No, it is not.
So, if you had a concern about the SAC, it would have been incumbent upon the park to raise it.
I consider that we did, because we said although Loch Striven could have a significant effect on Atlantic salmon, so we did get that point across. But in view of our protocol with Nature Scott, we left it to them to make the final decision, and obviously Argyll and Bute would do the appropriate assessment.
Well, no, that's too trite with respect. First of all, in your answer, you raised the impact on Atlantic salmon fish passage. That's not genetic integration. That's the passage of fish to the SAC, not genetic integration at the SAC, is it?
That's very true, because it's very relevant. Fish passage is about migratory fish.
Yeah, but we're not raising, that's a lice issue with respect, because if fish pass close to the Ardine point and there's a higher lice concentration there, the wild fish may pick it up, and that could impact on their ability. But you're not raising a lice issue in this case, are you?
I'm not raising a lice issue for that either. It really is as straightforward as it reads. It's about salmon fish passage, so it's about migration.
And the formal role, NS's role regarding advice on protected sites out with the park, I come back to it. This site is not out with the park, so that NS, Nature Scott, didn't have preeminence in advising on impacts on the SAC, did it?
But we're not a competent authority, so it really is as simple as that. We would not be carrying out an appropriate assessment for the site because it's not a development within the national park. So therefore it would be for Argyll and Bute and for Nature Scott.
I haven't suggested you should be carrying out an appropriate assessment. What I am going to suggest to you is that if you were really properly concerned about the impact on the SAC from fish farms, you should have raised that as an issue, because you are the authority within which the SAC sits.
I wonder whether there's a different, excuse me, a different explanation, and wonder whether that summary there of the protocol, I don't know if that protocol is before us, but whether that description of the protocol isn't quite correct, because it says formal agreement on the role as a national park and NS's role regarding advice on protected sites out with the national park. What would logically make more administrative sense to me is that the protocol is if there's a development outside the park, then the national park wouldn't comment on effects on protected sites, whether those sites are in the park or not outside or out with the park. So I wonder whether this summary on this report is incorrect rather than the protocol hasn't been followed. So I don't know. I was going to ask Ms. Stewart if she had a view on that.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that we do have a protocol with Nature Scotland. As you say, I'm just going to read it again so I can make sure that I've absolutely got right what they've said and what my opinion on this is. So just give me a second. Yes, our protocol, pure and simply, is that it's not within the park. So, in view of the fact that we try to avoid double handling between Nature Scotland and ourselves, they are the ones that would advise on the protected site. So that's all I can really say about that.
So I'm not sure I necessarily accept that, but in view of the answer, I think we'll provide a copy of the protocol to the inquiry rather than spending time about it at the moment. I'm just seeing if I can get hold of it.
Well, I mean, I don't want to cut you off if you think this is important, and if my speculation on what the protocol says is wrong, then that's fine. I was just wondering whether
I'm not sure. Is the protocol a document before the inquiry hearing? I'm not aware that it is, but
no. But if it's being relied upon as it is, I'm going to apply to make it one.
Yeah, I think it's better I see it than not, because I had a question about it and its application. So if it was available, I think it would be worthwhile having a look at it. Maybe we could, if it's worth looking at it now, we could maybe stop for a break and see if it can be obtained, or is that unrealistic?
Yeah. No. I think we can, as I understand it, park authorities will lead on provision of advice if they're the competent authority, and Nature Scot will lead on the provision of advice in respect of draft HRAs prepared by the park authority and advice to competent authorities other than park authorities. It's not.
So might I suggest, I hesitate to interrupt my friend, but we're quite happy for this to be lodged as a document. We're moving to a sort of maybe a convenient comfort break, and it will be spirited up in my computer shortly. I'll just lodge it, sir, and then we can. Learning Council can take it from there, sir. And you'll see a copy as well, so we'll all be looking at the same thing.
So the reason I'm if the park authority was aware that there would be the integrity of the SAC would be undermined, which is the formal position it's reached in this case, in respect of a fish farm at Ardine, for instance. Are you saying to the inquiry that it would be content and do nothing about that if Nature Scot thought differently?
No, I'm just saying that we would defer to Nature Scot because it's to prevent the double handling. It really is as simple as that.
No, but you formed the view. Let's even you've now formed the view that a fish farm in the equivalent distance away from the SAC from the appeal site, you formed the view that you either cannot rule out or an impact, or that there would be an impact. I'm not entirely clear. Given the fish farm at Ardyne would logically appear to have the ability to have the same impact on the SAC, would you simply do nothing about it because it's a matter for the Nature Scot?
I think it's a case of we're not doing nothing about it because we are deferring to Nature Scots to form an opinion. My job, my role, is to comment on the planning applications within the National Park.
Yeah, but you have a different opinion from Nature Scot, and your opinion is such that you form the view, depending on what the reporter makes of your evidence, but certainly the park appears to form the view that there would be an adverse impact. Do you not accept the park has a duty under the habitats regs to exercise its functions to secure compliance with the requirements of the directive?
No, that's not how I see it at all. It's, as I said, within the National Park, absolutely, that's our role as competent authority. But there has to be an element of where we draw the line about what we're going to comment on, and Nature Scots, we have that agreement that they'll be the advisory body basically for the appropriate assessment for Argyll and Bute, and not ourselves. Well, so we commented that it could have. We were concerned about it, but that was all that we did in that particular case.
I know, but I'm asking you to move forward from that, away from the comment on the particular application. Do you not accept, as a park authority, that you have to exercise your functions to secure compliance with the requirements of the directive in respect of nature conservation, and in particular SACs?
This seems to be getting away. This seems to be a question about how the park goes about involving itself in consultation responses on other applications out with the park. Which I understand why you're interested in this in terms of consistency, perhaps, of the position. But it's not about the effects of this development, and whether the park is failing or is not failing in its statutory duties in other spheres. I'm less interested in.
I quite understand that, and the point is about consistency. But in fact, I was going on to a different point now, which is if and I'll perhaps I can make it clear in my next question, if Scottish ministers took the view that there would be an impact on the SAC arising from this proposal, and they couldn't distinguish between the risks arising from this proposal and Ardyne, do you not accept that they would be under a duty to review the Ardyne permission? It's the consequences of the position that the park has reached that I want to examine. So,
I was finding that difficult to comment on because it's all back to the evidence that's available. So it's all to do with, for example, the exact location as far as we can prove of the migratory routes. It's the fact that this particular proposal is so close to the SAC within the park, and it is the migratory routes. So each case, it's a case-by-case basis, and I don't have the level of detail for that one.
I'm only going to come back to you one more time on distance. Ardyne, I think you accepted, is exactly the same distance. Sorry, not exactly. Corrected myself before. The equivalent distance away from this proposal. You accepted that the Arran farm, there was no material difference in the distance it was away. If the implications are that a fish farm in Loch Long is going to give rise to an adverse impact on the SAC, would not the same be true of every fish farm in the Clyde region?
I'm going to go back. I don't remember it saying that the one over at Arran was the same distance as Loch Long.
I didn't suggest that. I suggest the one at Ardyne was. You suggested the one at the...
Just wanted to clarify that point.
There's
No,
no
I'm going to have to
clarification.
stand. I'm going to have to stand my ground here and state that I do not have enough information about the Ardyne one to give a comment on that. I just don't know enough about it.
But then, and we can take the next one. Let's just see whether there's anything further I want to take the reporter to in this document. Yes, if you go right, just so for your note, if you go right to the back of the document, so that's, I think, 3 pages from the back.
Sorry, which document?
Sorry,
reference is it?
6.2, APP 6.2.
Okay.
You'll find the habitats appraisal for the SAC. And I can, I think in light of the witnesses' answers, I can make submission about that and the particular issues on that in due course. It's all right. I'm not going to ask you about the detail of it because you say you're unaware of it. But there is one other appropriate assessment I want you to take to, and that's on North Kilbrannan, and that's APP 632. No, the North Kilbrannan site, 632. It does. If you go to page 3 of that document, in fact, it's the bottom of page 2, top of page 3, they, again, one's identifying what qualifying interests are at risk, and it's sea lice and genetic integration and no impact on brook lamprey and river lamprey. And then one can see the consideration of the risks under Conservation Objective 2 on the bottom of page 3 and at the top of page 4, the risk of, presumably the word off is missing, of genetic integration can be mitigated by ensuring the equipment is fit for purpose and meets the appropriate standards as set out into the technical standards. So that's Nature Scott's position. And you would accept that Nature Scott have undertaken a large number of appropriate assessments relating not just to this SAC, but other SACs where salmon are a relevant species for fish farms.
They have, and I note that this particular one was dated 2023, which of course is after the change, the detail from the NEPS survey, and also the fact that the Carradale incident had taken place, and we've got the evidence of the Marine Scotland reports. I also note that this is back to what I said, about a case-by-case basis, and the spawning routes are very important. It is very detailed here, so I think in Nature Scott's, not so much their defence, but the ones that we were looking at earlier on, it was before the Carradale incident had taken place, which is what we were concerned about.
Yes, but it isn't. This is after the Carradale incident.
This is, yes, so it's far more detailed, yes. And it gives us information actually about the migratory routes, which was not evident within the information that was provided for us.
But so first of all, notwithstanding the Carradale incident, in terms of risk of genetic integration, Nature Scott haven't changed their view.
No, they haven't. But
okay.
But it is a different site, case-by-case basis.
Well, you say that. Hang on, just wait. Secondly, the migratory routes is not a concern of yours in this case. Your concern is about wild salmon coming into the SAC, not about impact on salmon migratory routes, is it?
But the two are very much integrated here.
No, then,
I think they are.
Stewart, is your concern in this case about wild salmon interacting with farm salmon in the migratory routes?
The two go together, yes, it's about integration.
No, integration occurs when they mate.
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
I do indeed, but they have to get into the river, though.
Yes, absolutely. The concern is not, is your concern about interaction whilst they are migrating? Because you haven't raised that concern at any stage before now.
No, I think it's absolutely sure. I did say within, I'm just going to go to my appropriate assessment, or certainly I did in my recognition about the fact, about the proximity of the migration routes. So I'm going to stand by that the two are very much connected, because in order for the salmon to, hybridise or get involved in integration, there is no travel along the migratory routes. So the two very much go together.
So, no, Mr. I'm really failing to understand your logic here. Why is the identity of the migratory routes of the Endrick salmon relevant to genetic integration? It's relevant to whether there might be a lice impact, but I don't understand, and I don't think Professor Adams suggested it was, or anyone has suggested it was, why the migratory routes are relevant to genetic integration. Is it really your view that they are relevant?
On that basis, yes, I would absolutely agree with you, yeah.
Well, what have you agreed with? I want you to express it. Are they relevant or not?
What I'm expressing there is that, although I'm saying that the migratory route is obviously important, if we're going to discuss the issue of whether there's going to be hybridisation from the farmed fish and the wild fish, then you could separate off the two issues, but I still say they're very much related.
That seems to me rather like having your cake and eating it. Very simple question. Are the migratory routes of the Endrick SAC salmon relevant to the issue of genetic integration? Yes or no?
Yes, I think they are, yeah.
Well, I'd suggest to you that portrays a material misunderstanding of the risk of genetic integration, Mr. Stewart. And
Mr. Finlay, sorry, just again, it's just for clarification. I wondered whether, Ms Stewart, you were saying they are relevant insofar as, and only insofar as, one needs to use those, the salmon need to migrate along those routes to get into the Endrick. I didn't think you were, correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't think it was going any further than that when you say relevant.
Yes, that's exactly what I meant there.
Well, so let me then ask it in a different way. That it's accepted, and Mr. Wright's accepted, and you know very well, Mr. that there is potential connectivity between the appeal site and the Endrick SAC.
Good, yeah.
It's not following the Endrick SAC salmon's migratory route if it did so, would it?
Sorry, say again?
It wouldn't be following a migratory route if it did so. It would be swimming down Loch Long and then for a short period up the Clyde and up the SAC would be sharing a migratory route. But it's not a migratory route in the Firth of Clyde, is it?
I think Professor Adams said that we know very little about the exact migratory routes. So I'm not going to get into a big technical question about migratory routes for the salmon. Pure and simply, our issue is that there could be an escape episode which would result in the possibility of integration. And that's what I was stating. Now,
the whole subject of migratory routes arose out of the consideration of the North Kilbrannan appropriate assessment, shadow appropriate assessment by Nature Scott. The consideration of migratory routes in that document relates to the risk of sea lice, doesn't it? So that's 632.
Yeah, that's what they've made reference to. Yeah, absolutely, about sea lice.
Yes,
they've given that level of detail.
It's not relevant in this case, is it? Yes.
No, we have not looked into that in great detail, apart from the fact that we've said that it will not have an effect on the Endrick Water SAC.
Yeah. And you've done so, notwithstanding that you consider the equipment is not proven.
What, for sea lice?
Yes. Do you accept it's proven to reduce sea lice?
We saw no reason to disagree with that. From the evidence that was in the EIA, it appeared that yes, it absolutely was good equipment for sea lice, yeah.
So it's commercially proven to prevent sea lice, but not commercially proven to prevent escapes?
I think it's more correct to say I could find evidence within the, for example, Control Aqua report that it would help with sea lice, and that was, we did take on board the evidence from Nature Scott, but no, I could not find evidence regarding escapes.
Well, I would suggest you're willfully blind if that's the case, Ms Stewart, but we'll come to that in due course. I'm going to stick with this document at the moment. The document also provides consideration and monitoring of the Endrick water. One can see that on page 5 of it.
So we're still on 6.32 here.
Yes. And it does indeed go through a much greater effect on the impact of sea lice and lice density. But as you say, that's not an issue in this respect. What I'm going to ask you is, in what is your advice to the ministers about why North Kilbrannan is different circumstances from the proposed site?
So I wouldn't be offering an opinion on that site. I would only be offering an opinion on the proposal within the national park.
So would that be a convenient moment to have a break?
Yes, I think so. Do we still feel it's worthwhile having the protocol just since it's been referred to? Is that,
I don't need it for the purposes of continuing cross-examination, so I'm happy for you to be provided with it, if you like, outside of this session.
So that's fine. Patrick's kindly converted the document into a PDF. It's been sent to Jane Anderson at your office. I think she's going to send you a copy. So it'll need to have an NPA number, or it could be a core document number. We'll come to that in due course. But a break would be welcome, sir.
Okay, that's fine then. So we should start again at, say, 11:25 to start again. Thank you. I'll pass back to you, Mr. Finlay. It's just to say I have been sent that document now, just so you're aware.
Yes, thank you, sir. You've made it clear in your evidence this morning and the appropriate assessment that you have a concern about the technology not being trialled in Scotland. That, to my mind, logically breaks down into two questions. Has it been trialled elsewhere? And if it has, is there any reason to think you get different results in Scotland? Now, I want to ask you about the second of those issues at the moment. Is there any evidence before the inquiry to suggest that there would be a different result in Scotland than, for instance, in Norway, Faroes or Canada?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Now, in terms of whether it's been sufficiently trialled elsewhere, I just want to put a couple of references to you to set the framework for my questions. If you go to the Park's inquiry statement for this session, that there are various references to the technology being in its infancy, etc. But for purposes of this passage, I just want to look at paragraph 626 on page 8, where the Park Authority make it clear that the bold claims, that is, as to lack of escapes, cannot be accepted without detailed supporting information and independent verification. And the second passage to set the context for the questions is the Park's hearing statement for the nature of development session, which isn't so helpfully paginated or have paragraph numbers, but if you go to page 4, and the fourth full paragraph on that page, so this is the inquiry statement for the nature of development hearing session, which I asked you about at the outset.
Could I just be clear, in terms of the the hearing statement produced by the National Park Authority, is this the 1st September 2023 one? I think it is, but I just want to make sure before I pass it to the witness.
Yes, September the 1st, 2023. Yes, so there may have been a rebuttal. So page 4. And there's a paragraph in the middle of the page beginning, the appellant relies on. And if you go down, do you have that? And you'll see that there's a sentence beginning towards the end of the line, 4 lines down. Whilst the appellant has stated there have been no escapes recorded from Norwegian installations of semi-closed technology, there's been no credible evidence provided to substantiate this. So would it be fair to summarise the part, and indeed your position, that you don't consider that the evidence provided has been credible and is at least bold?
I think accurate to say, yeah, we do not consider that the letters provide evidence. Basically, the letters do not provide evidence that there are no escapes from semi-closed systems. They're letters of attestations. So,
well, let's look at the evidence that, first of all, the evidence that was provided at the time you had before you when you conducted your appropriate assessment, and then we'll look at the further evidence that's been provided since. So if we go to APP 115, please. Sorry, 114, I think, to begin with. Sorry, 114.
Sorry, 14 or 40?
114.
The car licence?
No, APP 1.14.
Okay.
This is a letter from Control Aqua, dated 20th December 2021, and it says in the third paragraph, we are very familiar with the type of semi-closed technology that Loch Salmon is proposing and can confirm that the semi-closed system at Sea Farming Systems has been well proven to, second bullet point, prevent escapes of farm-raised salmon. What is not credible about that?
The fact that they haven't quoted any examples. If they're given an example of a particular system in a particular location, then I would have reason to think, yeah, that was quite a strong support. But I don't see anything in there that gives me any confidence that that is the case. It's a very general statement.
Did you go back to Control Aqua and ask them?
No, I didn't. No.
Did you look at any of the Control Aqua annual reports that would have been available?
Yes, I did. And the one I looked at in particular was the one from 2023. No.
Sorry, 2023 hadn't been written by the time you did your appropriate assessment.
Oh, for the appropriate assessment. Sorry. No, did not.
You didn't look at any of their annual reports?
No, I wasn't aware of their annual reports at that point.
Did you even go onto Control Aqua's website?
No, I did not.
Did you know who Control Aqua were?
I did, but that is it because I'd looked at this letter. No, wait a minute. No, I'm going to completely backtrack there. The letter that I looked at was the one within the FEMP. That's the letter I looked at, and that was not by Control Aqua.
So you didn't even take this letter into account?
No, I did not, no.
If you'd seen this letter, might that have changed your view?
No, it would not, no. That would come under the further evidence which I have now, which basically makes me stand by the decision that I made at that time.
Okay. So you didn't take this into account. Did you take the documented APP 1.15 into account? And did you know at that time who Ecomodan were?
Only what I googled on them, pure and simply, and it was that they were involved in semi-closed, well, open pen and closed, I think, as well, fish farms. So I'm not familiar with all these companies. All I know is what I've read from the letters.
What was not credible about their statement that they have had no reported escapes from any Ecomodan pens since they were first operated in 2015?
Completely back to the point made earlier, it's the fact that they did not actually give us an example of areas, which is what I would expect if I were to give evidence that I knew of particular sites. I would give you exact locations, and there was no evidence like that. It's a very general letter.
Did you go back and ask at any stage, make that clear to the applicant that these did not provide you sufficient evidence of lack of escapes?
No, I did not.
Why not? You don't consider it would have been a reasonable planning authority presented with evidence that's saying there were no escapes, but in your view lacking in an element of detail, you might not have gone back and asked the applicant to supply that detail?
I can't say. I don't know if our planning officer went back on that one. I cannot comment because I don't know. I'm not going to lie about that.
I hope you're not going to lie about anything. If we go to 116, which is a letter from Fisk. They say in the third paragraph there have been over 30 systems in operating, totaling 150 production cycles with 0 escaped fish. What's bold or incredible about that statement?
That's exactly the same. They haven't given me any examples about these systems. If I had a location, that would make all the difference, and that's what I've said from the very start. I'm actually looking for existing operating systems. So I wasn't able to take that letter as evidence that that was the case because it was just too general for me.
But can I ask a follow-up? Sorry, I'm just interested in this point. If that letter, for example, had listed 5 sites and given you the coordinates and said these are the ones where there were no fish, would that have been sufficient for you, or would you have looked under the cover more?
It would have helped considerably because what would have happened is I would then know there were real examples and I'd have been able to drill down for further information on them to look for escapes. But this is just a general letter.
So yeah, so it wouldn't have been enough on its own, but it would have allowed, in your view, that would have allowed you to look in more detail at those sites to see if what you were being told was correct or had evidence behind it. Is that right?
Yes, it definitely is. I'd be able to verify that. Yeah.
Different point.
Sorry, Mr. Finlay, I keep cutting you off.
Yes. So you said in your answer to the reporter that you couldn't check on them, but is there any reason to consider that you have any basis for considering, for instance, that Control Aqua were not telling you the truth?
I just considered it to be a very general letter, that's all. The detail wasn't there for me.
Well, if there are no escapes, what more detail they say that they are very familiar with the technology. What more detail, apart from specific locations of specific farms, could you have asked for?
It's as I said, it just doesn't seem sufficient evidence to me because they did not give us examples of existing systems.
If I can ask you to turn then to the letter from Pharmac Analytic at APP 1.17. Now, they're primarily interested in matters from a veterinary point of view, but if you look in the third paragraph, my apologies, they make it clear that full commercial licences had existed in Norway since 2018. Did you see this letter?
Yes,
so
yes, I did, yeah.
You knew that there had been, so by the time you came to your appropriate assessment, you knew that there had been full commercial licensing since 2018 and approximately 150 cycles or production cycles.
That one, I was not aware of that information at that time.
So, sorry, were you aware of this letter when you did your appropriate assessment?
Not this one, no, no.
Why weren't these letters provided to you?
They were provided, I don't know, I just can't remember, so that's all I'm going to say on that one.
No, not all you're going to say on it. You've confirmed expressly that you didn't have sight of this letter. It accompanied the application. Why did you not have sight of it?
I just can't remember.
Did you have sight of the Feast letter at APP
I'm going to struggle
116?
here to remember back at that time because it's been such a long process as to what I looked at for the appropriate assessment at that time regarding these letters and what attention to detail I gave to them after that time.
Okay. But I'll just so that there's no misunderstanding. I'm going to go through each of these documents again. Can you confirm that you did not have sight of the Pharmac Analytic letter when you wrote your appropriate assessment?
No, I can't, because I just do not remember whether I went through it at that time or not.
Well, you said a moment ago you were very clear that you didn't have sight of it. Which is it?
No, I just can't remember. I'm sorry, I cannot remember.
Did you undertake your appropriate assessment on the basis that there had been full commercial licensing since 2018 or not?
I undertook for the commercial licensing. I was aware of that fact. What I wasn't aware of was the next stage, the ones that were in operation.
No.
So that's where, for the appropriate assessment, I was struggling to form an opinion.
So that doesn't make sense with respect. So we can record that you were aware there had been full commercial licensing since 2018. Are you suggesting you weren't aware there had been operations since 2018?
No, what I'm saying is I couldn't find any evidence that they were operating. So this is the fact, the detail of the commercial licensing, etc., was not detail that I had from appropriate assessment. The detail I had was I couldn't find any operating semi-closed systems.
You're mixing the two up. I don't know whether you're doing it on purpose or not. But if you go to paragraph 3 of the pharma-analytic letter, you can't remember, being charitable to you, whether you had this in mind or not. I'm asking you about whether when you undertook your appropriate assessment, you were aware there had been full commercial licences for semi-closed containment systems since 2018.
Yes, I was aware of the fact that it had been under commercial licence.
Since 2018?
But not operating, yeah.
Right.
So, I don't particularly, that's what I'm struggling with, remember it was from this letter. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I think you said you were aware of the Ecomodern letter. They say they've been operating since 2015. That's APP-115. So you were aware there had been operation of commercial licences?
Yes, that they were trialled, yeah.
No, operation of commercial licences. They're not saying you're aware that there were not trial licences, but there were commercial licences from 2018. That's not trials. Full commercial licences. No suggestion of trialling then.
Sorry, Mr. Finlay, when you said full commercial licensing, what am I looking at here? The Ecomodern letter?
That comes from the pharma-analytic letter. And the witness has just confirmed she accepted there were the information in that letter which I'd put to her, she was aware when she undertook her appropriate assessment. Her caveat was that she didn't know that those licences had actually been used. And
I thought she'd said that for the Pharmac letter she couldn't remember whether she'd seen that at the time of the appropriate assessment.
Absolutely. But I then asked her whether when she undertook her appropriate assessment she was aware that there was commercial licences had been issued since 2018, irrespective of whether she got that from the pharma-analytic letter or not. She said yes, she was. But she then went on to say that she hadn't. The caveat was that she wasn't aware that it had been in operation since 2018. And what I was putting to the Ecomodern letter was suggesting that there clearly was evidence that there had been operation since 2018. I'm going on to other letters to make the same point.
No, that's fine. It's just that letter doesn't say full commercial operation since 2015. It just says operation, and that's why I was confused with your reference.
Well, yes, I accept that. But if the licence system has been in full commercial licences, had been in operation have been issued since 2018, and this witness was aware of it, the logical inference would be that people operating after 2018 would be doing it with full commercial licences. You do recall seeing the Ecomodern letter. You don't. Can I ask you about the Control Aqua letter? Is that something you definitely did not see? But when you so that's APP 114. That's the evidence you gave. I'm giving you a chance to revisit it.
Yeah, at that stage, I'm going to say I don't particularly remember looking at these letters at that time because I was looking for evidence of operating systems. So I'm not going to say I definitely did read them, but I'd be very surprised on reflection when I think about it that I hadn't, because I had to go through the whole EIA, so documents.
Okay, so well, I'll come back and ask you the question I asked you about the control aqua letter. It says that I can't understand how you could reach the conclusion you did when they say that they say they're very familiar with it and that it has been well proven to prevent escapes. If you had that letter before you, how could you have reached the conclusion you did? Because
I don't consider it tight enough evidence that there are systems operating, and Professor Adam also said that. I'll be looking for...
No, with respect, I don't think Professor Adam said anything like that. He wasn't asked about semi-contained systems or evidence of operation in Norway.
I think he was. About these letters. I just don't consider that there's evidence in there that they're operating systems.
So that if we go to the Fisk letter at 116, when they say over the past 8 years they've been 30 systems in operation, were you disbelieving that?
What I'm taking from that is I don't know whether these are trial. I'm going to say that the evidence I found so far has been that the operating systems are pilot and trial. This does not tell me that they're operating successfully.
But now in your recognition, you accept that there have been commercial licenses have been granted since 2018. And before then operated solely under research or development licenses. So I took from that's paragraph 12 of your recognition, that your view was that until 2018, your current view, they were operating under research or development licenses, which was confirmed by Mr. Hawthorne, I think, or Mr. Schotter on Monday of last week. And since then, they were operating under full commercial licenses. Does that reflect your current view?
Sorry, I'm just going to get my practitioner so I can make sure I'm giving you the correct information. Okay. So, sorry, say again.
Your current view is in paragraph 12 of your statement, that taken at its highest, you say, full commercial licenses for semi-closed technology have only been granted since 2018. Before then, they operated solely under research or development licenses.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
So you accept now that since 2018, there have been operations under full commercial licenses?
Yes, they've been operating.
Why weren't you able to reach that view when you undertook your appropriate assessment?
No, I think it's fair to say I'm still of the same opinion that they're pilot and trial. The fact that they're fully operational doesn't mean to say it's not still pilot. And I did come across evidence, and I'm quite willing to quote those, that the whole point is that semi-closed containment systems are considered to be pilot at this moment in time, and that's why I reached the conclusion that I did.
Well, we'll come to the current evidence in a moment. I've taken you to the... I want you to take you now to APP 1.18. Do you remember reading this letter before you...
Oh, sorry, just bear with me. I do indeed, yes, yeah.
And did you read the relevant studies that were referred to in it?
Yes.
Were you happy to accept that the letter is an accurate representation of what's in those studies?
just going to look at this letter again. If I remember rightly, it's predominantly about sea lice and...
It is indeed.
Which we don't have an issue with.
No, but it's sea lice within semi-contained systems, isn't it?
But I don't have any issue with the fact that there has been considerable research and successful research regarding the semi-closed systems and the issue of sea lice.
And I'm grateful for that. Do you accept there's been in order for that to have taken place, there's been a considerable commercial operation of semi-closed containment systems to reach that view?
Oh, no, I don't actually. I think it's a difference between commercial and pilot. I think they can be both, and that's what I consider them to be from what I've read. They're commercial. No, I'm going to go back on that. It's not commercial, that they're pilot. So I don't have any evidence that there are operational systems.
Well, I'm going to suggest to you, without going through this letter in detail, that this is showing that for these studies to have been undertaken on the particularly the growth rates and mortality and fish welfare, there must have been a significant number of operating semi-containment systems.
Which are not listed within this document. Well, it's not a document, it's a letter.
It's a letter. And it's an attestation. Well, it's not actually. It's a summary of 3 reports. In fact, I didn't get an answer to my question. Do you accept that it's an accurate summary? The 3 reports referred to on the first... Well, it's an accurate representation, insofar as it is, of the 3 reports referred to on the first page. Yes.
Oh, scientific evidence, yes. I don't have an issue with that at all.
And so if you turn to page 4, it's not paginated, but the 4th page, there's a comment on paragraph 79 of one of the studies, which says that predator attacks are of little relevance in the cages during the trials. And the comment below it is that the elimination of harmful sea lice treatments and the exclusion of negative predator interactions improved fish welfare. That is an accurate representation, is it not, of the report?
It's exactly the same again. Let's just go back to the top. It's from Loch Long Salmon Limited, so to be perfectly frank, I would expect them to say that. And when I go to page 4, no, I don't agree with that. Otherwise, predator attacks were of little relevance in the cages during our trials. So I can't say one way or the other regarding that.
But
I don't see that as tight evidence that there's not an issue regarding escape of salmon.
it's not what I've asked you. I asked you whether that was an accurate representation of what's in the underlying study. If you haven't looked at the underlying study...
I'm looking at that. No, I have not. So, no, couldn't comment on that.
You didn't look at the underlying studies. Then 2 more documents before we move on. If you go to APP 6.3, did you have regard? I'm not sure you could have done. When did you? Did you have regard to this letter before you gave your advice to the board?
I'm sorry, Mr. Finlay, I must have took the wrong document reference. What am I looking at?
6.3. APP 6.3. It's a FISC letter saying to Alison Williamson.
Yes, I did take note of that letter. And again, it's exactly the same. I didn't consider that was evidence that the system would stop fish escape.
No, I'm not asking about fish escape at the moment. I'm asking you about whether this is evidence that these systems have been operating.
It tells me they've been supplying equipment. From a purely operating point of view, yes, it could be, but it doesn't tell me whether they're pilots or they're commercially operating. It just doesn't give me that information.
Well, if you go to the third bullet point, say this. We understand that planning officers have described the semi-closed containment technology experimental. This is inaccurate. Semi-closed containment was first developed in the late 80s and 90s. The technology has matured, I'm reading short, over the last 20 years, is now commercially available and under continuous development. There have been many peer-reviewed papers on the technology. There's been a research institute dedicated to it. As of today, we've delivered 22 semi-closed units to customers in Norway, Canada and the Faroes. There have been 0 escapes from any of these and 0 lice treatments. We are aware of 21 other semi-closed systems which have been produced, and no fish escapes have been recorded for any of these. In Norway, over the page, semi-closed systems have been awarded a higher reliability rating under Norwegian standards than open net systems because of the double barrier significantly reducing the risk of escape, so much that semi-closed systems in Norway are rated to hold 5 times as many fish as the open net systems. What was unclear about that, about it not being experimental technology, but commercially available technology?
What was unclear about that was I would quite frankly expect them to say that the equipment was top-notch as such. I tried to drill down and find examples, and I could not. So that's why I wasn't able to take that as evidence that there were operating systems in play, which also had evidence that there were no escapes, no fish escapes.
Well, I'm just asking about operation systems in play. Did you check whether the semi-closed systems have been awarded higher reliability rating under Norwegian standards?
No, I did not. Didn't check that one. No, because I couldn't find any systems.
But you didn't go back and ask the applicant. So I'd suggest to you that's simply unreasonable behaviour.
I believe there was quite a bit of interaction between our planning officer and the applicant regarding systems, but that wasn't myself, so I did not do that.
But did you ask for that to be done?
No, I looked to myself for further information.
And finally, before the appropriate assessment, if you turn to APP 611, it's a letter from Loch Long Salmon, but enclosing a letter from the Atlantic Salmon Trust. And it's a letter from the Atlantic Salmon Trust that I wish you to look at. They talk about the issues of lice and pathogens, in particular, in the second paragraph. in fairness to you, I'll point out, they say that we cannot make a comment on the ability to prevent escapes from the facility, as the moorings and structural detail are beyond our technical expertise. But they go on to say, we recognise this technology has been used successfully in other countries. Did you take that into account?
Sorry, I took the letter into account, but I'm in exactly the same position here. There's been a repetition of many facts, which is that people, supposed facts that people are saying we recognise that this technology has been used successfully. What's lacking is the detail as to exactly where and where these systems are. So I would say that this is actually just a very general letter of support.
And then if we move to the further evidence that postdates your decision, if you go to 6.12, which is the next document, APP 6.12, the Hatch letter. At the top of the second page, in the second paragraph, you got that? Sorry, you. Yeah. Which would you prefer to work from? It says, Hatch assessments conclude there is no reason why SCCS should perform any differently in Scotland as to how the technology is performed in Norway. And I think page 2, paragraph 2, I think we're in agreement as to that.
I've got no reason to disagree with that.
Then on the third page, SCSS in the under point 2, second bullet point, SCCS has been developed in Norway since 2011. In the last 8 years, more than 30 SCCS have been in operation in 150 production cycles with no escaped fish, compared to 2 million reported fish escapes from conventional pens. In Norway, SCCS have been granted full commercial licences for marine production since 2018. And then if we go over the page, so I'll put the at the top of the next page under benefits of CCS, the first bullet point says by placing floating semi-closed and closed system in sheltered or inshore waters, salmon farmers are able to prevent sea lice and escapees, as deep water intakes and physical barriers will prevent interaction with the external environment. Then under item 3 on that page in the second bullet point, SCCS competitive advantages to farm salmon in sheltered waters where environmental issues are under constraint in a controlled environment and to collect waste from fish production from reuse. And that lastly, Hatch expects that floating SCCS facilities will be the winner over RAS in terms of post-smoke, also in Scotland, due to lower land use impact and energy requirements. Does that not suggest to you that the systems, this is an independent verification of the systems, that someone has inspected the systems and suggests that they have been in full operation, much to reach those views?
Oh, no, because what I read from this letter was fact, absolutely, full commercial licences have been granted. I was unable to find evidence that they were actually in operation. And then I did actually, and this is obviously after...
No, just before, we'll come to your next point in a moment. You said you were unable to find evidence they've been in operation since 2018. What do you think all the evidence I've been pointing to suggests? Do you think these commercial licences have been granted and not used?
They may have been. That's what I'm
Really?
saying.
Is that your evidence?
No,
Mr.
I'm not saying that's definitely what's happened. What I'm saying is I was unable to find evidence that there were, I think it was 2 came across. I've got the information on those, the web grabs. But I could not find, although licences had been granted, what I was looking for was evidence of operational, commercial SCCs, and that's what I could not find. So, of course, I take this on board. I know from the Control Aqua report 2023 that they have been piloted and that there has been considerable research carried out on these systems. But no, I don't consider that there are successful SCC systems in operation in a variety of countries.
Well, suggest to you that that's that conclusion is effectively bizarre in face of the evidence you've been provided with. But let's go to the Control Aqua report, please, which is 645.
Can I just ask a clarification point? It was just on what I've written down there. I think you said what I've written is you don't consider that there is commercial SCCS systems in different countries. Did you mean evidence of it, or that there isn't? Am I writing too much?
No, it's evidence of it. I've been unable to find that. I'm not saying that they haven't been piloted, and that's certainly what this report speaks of. But I was unable to find evidence of successful semi-closed containment systems. That's what I was looking for.
Okay, no, that's fair. I just wanted to make sure I'd understood what you were saying, Mr. Finlay.
Thank you. If you go to the Control Aqua report, if you go to page 4 of it, under the forward by the Centre Director.
What's the document number again?
Sorry, my apologies, sir. It's 645. This is the final report, isn't it? Yes. In the left-hand column, it says there were 8 previous annual reports. Have you looked at any of those at any stage? Yeah. You have looked at 3 of them, but you haven't provided them to the inquiry?
No.
Oh, but you presumably looked at those after your appropriate assessment and before this evidence?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Was there anything inconsistent in those reports between those annual reports and this final report?
No, I wouldn't say I found anything inconsistent. I found a common factor, which was that they were talking about the research that was carried out, and it was very heavy on the information that the PhD students were doing.
Yeah. Indeed, and there's continuing research. If you go to page 7, you'll see in the left-hand column the Control Aqua objective, this is about halfway down the left-hand column, has been to develop technological and biological innovations to make closed containment aquaculture systems a reliable and economically viable technology for use in strategic parts of the Atlantic salmon production cycle. One could see what the objective was.
The objective was very much research.
No, the objective is to make it reliable and economically viable. And then, if you go over the page to page 8, the left-hand, this is a passage of which you quoted part of. The semi-closed, in the bottom of the middle column, the semi-closed SCCS were in very early developmental stage when Control Aqua started, and still today most of the systems are at the pilot stage. That's the quote you put in your technician.
Yeah.
You didn't quote the remainder. However, in the centre, we have monitored health and welfare in the systems available in the centre, and we have contributed with hydrodynamic simulations to improve water inlet and distributions in the tank. We have also tested with UV with the aim to suggest how huge amounts of water can be treated for different pathogens and UV technology. We have concluded the tested systems work as intended regarding health, welfare and performance. They have no lice and fish do not escape. What is unclear about that?
It's research, which I don't have an issue with, but also within that report, within pages 11 and 12, they're very clear that from our perspective, we have achieved the goal of the centre. We have fulfilled innovations that have improved the technological and biological development of the CEMEX closed containment solutions. It says there are still development needs to complete the systems to become off-the-shelf ready. That to me is very clear in that statement, especially for semi-closed systems. So that's
I'll come to that in a moment.
It's not ready to roll off the shelf.
Well, I'll come to that in a moment. But do you have my question to you was, do you have any reason to doubt in the systems they've tested that they have no lice and fish do not escape? What more independent verification could you seek?
There's no evidence, but it's a research document. It very clearly and very accurately and very well speaks about fish welfare for the PhD students. But I then drilled down further to see
Ms. Stewart, this is not about fish welfare. This is and this is not a research document. This is the final report of a research institute saying that they have concluded the systems work as intended regarding health and welfare and performance. That's one issue, which we're not interested in and you're not interested in. They have no lice and the fish do not escape. What is unclear about that?
I would say that's very clear, but I still don't have any further statement apart from that one statement.
You took me to page 13.
11 and 12, I think it is, actually.
12 and 13. I think you said 11 and 12, but I think actually it's page 13 you were quoting from. You read out a bit about there's still developmental needs to complete the systems to become off-the-shelf ready.
Yeah.
So that's the middle paragraph on page 13.
It is, yeah.
Do you want to see, I think it's important, I would expect you to agree, to read a document in context.
I consider I have.
Well, what development needs remain to be completed?
The point that I was making there...
what development needs remain to be completed? It's a simple question.
I need to go to table 1, page 35 on that. I couldn't give you exact developmental needs. All I can say is my point there is that they are saying they are not off-the-shelf ready.
Well, but if they're not off-the-shelf ready because they haven't, in their view, finalised dealing with pathogens, that's irrelevant to your concern at this inquiry, isn't it?
Regarding, pathogens, yes, but if it's not off-the-shelf ready, there could be all sorts of issues in there, so I don't have evidence that it is off-the-shelf ready.
No, you've got to see why it's not off-the-shelf ready. If they have concerns that sea lice, for instance, might still develop, or there might be escapes, then the fact that it's not off-the-shelf ready for that reason would be relevant to your concern at this inquiry. But if you go to Table 1 on page 35, in fact, the pagination seems to have gone out of this report.
Sorry again, I missed the page there.
It's not page 35. I think it may be because one's shifting between Norwegian and English language. But I think there is a table I want to take you to. Table 1 is on page 43 in this document. And this is the table that was referred to in the paragraph that you were relying upon. And under supportive innovation, reliable and controllable and efficient CCS technology, read across tank, bag and raceway semi-closed containment systems, the status comment is it's been completed. What is not completed are two, for instance, the water quality sensor systems for high control level in CCS. That's not relevant to escapes. Or number 5 on that page, real-time in situ water pathogen sensor for CCS. That is also not relevant to escapes, is it?
What I'm looking at here is back to exactly what I said. It's all about welfare. And the detail in that is regarding welfare. I don't see any detail in the area that I'm looking for, which is that there's evidence or there's particular research which says that they have checked it for efficiency regarding the robustness of the equipment. So that would be the next stage that I'd be looking for.
You've moved the goalposts again to be robustness of equipment. First time you've mentioned that. The only other partially completed one before we, three other partially completed ones. There's number 8, which is the lack of a modelling database on environmental requirements, and 14 vaccines and 15 for vaccination and pharmaceutical use. But in terms of them not being off-the-shelf ready, those are the only issues identified.
I'm just going to say that because I'm not aware of any systems operating, I can't comment any further than to say I took that statement as not off-the-shelf ready to mean exactly what it says.
But Mr. If that's your approach, again, I'd suggest it's unreasonable, because you have to ask why why they're not off-the-shelf ready. And there's no indication anywhere in this report that they have caveated or have any concerns as to their conclusion that the tested systems work as intended regarding health, welfare, and, importantly, performance.
No, I'm going to go back to what I said in that within this report, I was unable to find evidence that there had been checking for the equipment other than for welfare. That's how I read this report.
What do you take performance to mean when it's distinguished health, welfare and performance? What do you think performance means apart from health and welfare?
No, I took this report as health and welfare, and that is how I read it.
But it's not. It goes, if you go to the quote on page 8, which you partially quoted, and the top of page 9, it talks about health, welfare and performance.
And it also says that they're still pilot. So that's really what my issue is here.
Well, there are some systems in pilot stage. It's rather like some cars will be developed until cars stop being used full stop, but that doesn't mean that the cars that are in operational phase aren't capable of working properly. No one's suggesting this is there's been 50 years of operation of semi-closed containment systems, so the nuances as to how you deal with pathogens and the like are all fully worked out, or the exact parameters are worked out. But in terms of the operation and why it's not off-the-shelf ready, it has nothing to do with performance of the underlying system, does it?
But that's what I'm saying. I can't comment on that because what I took was this was the final report, and it did say that the semi-closed systems were in the very early developmental stages when Control Act was started, and still today most of the systems are at the pilot stage. And I was unable to find evidence of operating systems, so I can't say any more on that.
Well, I suggest to you that you're being willfully blind if you're saying there's no evidence of operating systems. Did you hear Mr. Hawthorne's evidence on Monday about his visit, and Mr. Shotter's about their visit to operating systems?
I did, and I think we all wanted to know exactly where the system was so that we could get more information on that.
Were you suggesting that they were lying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. We all asked for further information on the system because we would all like to see one. So that's all I'm going to say on that one.
Well, no, it's not all you can say on that one, Mr. Stewart. They gave evidence that they'd seen commercial systems in operation over a number of years. Do you accept their evidence?
No, I don't, because I don't have evidence of the actual sites. That's it, pure and simply. If I've got more information, of course I will.
To see if there's anything further in this document I need to put to you. I don't, thank you. If we can turn now to 652, APP 652. One of your concerns was about systems in Canada. And this document dated June 2023, on the last page, says that we're in the process of moving the system to a new site. Sorry, yeah. So 652. Do you have it? Um, 652, I'm surprised that it's a newspaper article. You don't have it electronically?
I think, unfortunately, the link, I think the link takes us to the DPA website, but it's not being published on the DPA website due to a copyright.
I think we'll provide you with a
issue. That
copy
would be
in a
helpful.
second. If you go to the last page, we're in the process of moving the system to a new site. We're pleased to share that this is not a phase 3 trial, but rather the incorporation of the technology into the production planning. So the Canada system, I mean, they're looking at, there are lots of issues in Canada, which I think some are expressed in here, including federal closures. So I think on the west coast of Canada, a lot of fish farms are being closed down. But the system in Canada, the evidence now before the inquiry, it's moved out of trial and into production planning. Would you accept that? Any reason why?
Channel, the reason being that I had found a report of one there which had been stopped. This is is this the fourth stage now you're talking about, you're telling me?
No, this is, I'm telling you that there was an issue in Canada with a pump that got blocked, a water pump issue, and the references in your documents are NPA 127 and 128. I'm not going to take you to them unless you want to. But what relevance does a blocked water pump have to do with escapes?
It's the fact that it was still in trial, so therefore we didn't know if this system was going to be successful for escapes. So that's where it's coming from there. So that's where I've been right from the very beginning, looking for successful systems. And yes, I absolutely accept it was, a blocked pipe. I read about that, but I can't find systems that have been in operation, and due to the fragility of the Enric water, I can't just assume that the systems are going to be successful without that evidence.
Well, let's just unpack that again for a moment. Mm-hmm. The system in Canada, the block pump meant that they harvested their salmon early, with no evidence, so that the production cycle was gone through, it was operating, no evidence of any escapes. What is not probative about that as an item of probative value towards the success or otherwise of SCCS systems?
I'm missing that where they've said that they had no fish escapes.
But you suggesting there have been fish escapes in Canada that somehow have been unreported?
I'm saying that I don't know because it doesn't say one way or the other.
Well, I think the FISC's letter, or the Ecomoderm letter, who says that they've had systems operating in Norway, Faroes and Canada, says there have been no escapes. I'm not going to go back over that. Are you trying to find flaws in semi-contained systems, or are you looking at it with an open mind?
No, I'm very much looking at it with an open mind because basically I've been looking all the way along for successful operating systems, because then I know with confidence that the proposal from an ecological point of view and as regards the Enric water, it's not going to affect the salmon and the fragility of the salmon. So, and that's what I've been looking for all along, and I don't see it in this document here. I would like to find it in here. I would like to have lots of examples of successful semi-closed and evidence that it's been successful, that there haven't been escapes through the 4 or 5 different variety of reasons that fish do escape from, and it is open pen, but I just don't have that evidence.
So if you were, if contrary to your view, ministers were convinced there was such evidence and took the view that you were wrong, you would have no objection to them taking a different view on the appropriate assessment to you?
If they could find that evidence, then I totally accept that. No, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all.
Thank you. Right, I think That's all I want to ask you about that. You have, apart from, well, escapes is part of your concern. I want to ask you about 4 factors that, before coming to your appropriate assessment itself in the report. Seals. Are you an expert on seals? Do you understand how seals predate on salmon within a open net fish farm?
Yes, I am. From what I've read, and it is from what I've read, it's the bottom net. It's 2 main reasons. One is that waste and dead fish, lots of dead fish, drop down to the bottom of the net, and the seals are attracted to that. I'm also aware that they get many, sensories, so it's not just the fact that they can see them. I don't know how well that operates. All I know about that, independently from what Professor Adams has said, is that their whiskers as such are very, very sensory, and they can be attracted to movement of animals from quite a distance. So it's, to summarise, 2 reasons that they're attracted in. It's to do with the dead fish, and I believe that's both smell and visual, and the fact that very often, there are escapes as well. There might be holes in the net, and the seals will be attracted to that. Easy pickings.
So, with a double containment system, at the bottom of the bag to which a seal would have access, there should not be any dead fish, because they should be contained within the inner net. Why would a seal gnaw at an empty bag?
I can't answer that particular one, because all sorts of things could go wrong here. It could be a case of the inner bag has ripped and the fish are lower down. I would hope that the secondary barrier as such would be more effective against predator, but I'll also say that predator is only one reason why there are fish escapes at a fish farm.
Okay, so given the lack of evidence of any escape or any predator interaction, do you not accept that the evidence before the inquiry as a whole makes it clear that seals are not, and predation is not, an issue for semi-contained systems?
No, because again, I don't have that evidence of the effectiveness of equipment. I'm not the expert on that. So it would be wrong of me to strongly say it one way or the other. Although I will lean on the fact that I think, yes, it absolutely is a better system than the open net because of that extra barrier. But I'm not the expert.
So what we can take from that is that there's a lower risk of escape from semi-contained systems than from open net systems.
No, I think what we can take from that is that there's a lower risk of escaping fish from predators. But of course, there are other reasons for fish to escape. So,
are there any other reasons which would apply mean that semi-contained systems have a greater risk than open net systems?
I think it would be wrong again to say a greater risk. But what I can do is draw a parallel to the others, which are equipment failure.
Could you answer the question? Are there any other characteristics of semi-contained systems which would give rise to a greater risk of escape than open net systems?
To a greater risk? No, definitely not. No.
So that overall, because you accept that predation by seals is a lesser risk with semi-contained systems, overall semi-contained systems would have a lower risk than open net systems, all other things being equal.
No, I can't say that because of human risk, equipment failure, which I do not know about. The differences between the two systems.
They will apply equally to both.
They'll apply equally to both, absolutely.
Yes, but you would say, but okay, I'm not accepting that. But on your case, they would apply equally to both. But if you're assessing the risk of escape. Surely because you can rule out one factor, or we would say rule out one factor, you may say reduce one factor. By sheer logic, if you are using logic, the risk for a semi-contained farm must be lower than an open net farm. And I think Professor Adams was of the same view yesterday.
I think Professor Adams was of the view that absolutely, the same as me, the fact that it's a double system as such, to contain the fish, that is definitely better. But it should be more robust, it should be better, but that's back to, I want to see operating systems so that I can say with confidence that that is the case.
So just to be absolutely clear on that, your evidence is that there is no evidence, your view is there's no evidence before the inquiry that systems have been operating since 2018.
No, I think it's fair to say I know that there are trials. What I'm saying is I'm not aware of there being systems that I have been able to access and check for particularly, escaping fish. Incidents basically. So that's the lack of evidence for me.
Got your case on that. In terms of the sheltered position of the position of location in the loch, I think you accept that it's a sheltered location. Is that correct?
Yes, you do, yeah.
And it's certainly more sheltered than Carradale.
Looking at the evidence you provided regarding wave height, and this is not my area of specialism at all, it does appear so, yes.
And you have called, the park has called no evidence of any sort to deal with wave height or shelter, has it?
Sorry, we haven't provided evidence. No, we have not. No, we have. No, we did. We did have. It's not my area of specialism.
But you're not provided any evidence to this inquiry.
We did comment on the wave height, I do believe. I said it's so much not my area at all, so I'm not the person to ask about that.
In terms of, it's just that you adopted the statement of case for this inquiry, which deals with that. See, paragraph 631, the National Park Authority have concerns regarding the analysis of meteorological impacts. Is that evidence which you're capable of supporting or not? So there's no evidence before the inquiry to support that, is there?
That's not my area of specialism at all.
Then I won't ask you. And presumably mooring analysis is not your area of specialism either.
The mooring analysis I relied on Marine Scotland for. Now, regarding the appropriate assessment, at the time that I did the appropriate assessment, they were unable to provide a guarantee that they were fit for purpose. Now, I know that they were approved later on, but the whole point is I could not say that the mooring system was okay because Marine Scotland did not say so. So the worst scenario is that if I completed the assessment and said the moorings are fine, and then we discover that Marine Scotland says otherwise, then I've got an inaccurate appropriate assessment.
Surely the very obvious way to deal with that was to impose a condition. And it's perfectly acceptable for an appropriate assessment to be subject to a mitigation condition that the development should only occur if Marine Scotland approved the mooring analysis. That would have dealt with that issue completely, wouldn't it?
But that was only one of several issues.
Yeah. No, but answer the question. That would have dealt with that issue, wouldn't it?
No, because basically what would happen then if Marine Scotland came back and said we're not satisfied that the moorings are fit for this development, then that would mean then that we've got a reason to be unhappy about the mooring system. So I felt that was too important, to apply a condition.
Do you understand the way conditions work? If there was a pre-commencement condition requiring Marine Scotland to be happy with the mooring analysis before any development could take place that could give rise to a risk to the SAC, it would prevent impact on the SAC unless they were happy with it. It would be a complete answer to your concern, wouldn't it?
We could have done that, but we did not in this case. So
that's a pity. Thank you. You didn't do it in this case. Why not? Why didn't you even refer to prospect of it being dealt with by condition in your appropriate assessment?
Because at that stage we had gone to Marine Scotland and asked them what their situation was going to be regarding the moorings. And they were unable to give us an answer regarding that. So there just was not enough information for us to be satisfied that even if a condition did apply, that a conclusion would be reached here by Marine Scotland and a licence would be granted.
I think that shows an unrealistic approach to conducting HRAs, Stuart. But anyway, climate resilience is another matter you've raised in the inquiry statement which you've adopted at paragraphs 631 to 632. You don't give any evidence on that, do you? Are you an expert on climate resilience?
Very much a generalist. So 6.31
yes.
is okay.
So
climate change.
Yes, climate change. Somebody has quoted the Met Office climate predictions saying there will be an increase in the frequency and intensity of extremes. Was that you?
No, that wasn't me. I've no reason to disbelieve that.
No, I'm not asking you whether you've got a reason to dispute it. Are you giving evidence on climate change?
No, I am not, no.
See, Mr. Wright has answered it at paragraphs 101 to 104 of his report. You didn't turn to them. It's just for the reporter's note. He wasn't challenged on his answer in cross-examination. Do you know why, on what basis were you able to adopt this inquiry statement when you weren't able to give evidence in respect of various aspects of it?
Because I think it's correct to say that regarding my area, which I'm dealing with, which is the appropriate assessment, that I very much adopt what is said within this.
So the reporter can note there are elements of the inquiry statement that you don't give evidence in respect of.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right. If we now turn to the report, and we might be able to deal with the report before lunch and turn to the appropriate assessment after lunch. The report committee, I think I'm right in accepting you accept you've got to take a risk-based approach.
Is this our board report?
Yes. But just as a general, if you need a reference in the report, it's CD 1.31. A reference to risk-based approach being appropriate under the National Marine Plan, but be the same under in town and country planning. But do you accept that a risk-based approach is what is required?
Sorry, I'm going to ask exactly where you are in our board report you're looking at.
Yes, 8.3.8
Oh,
is an example.
8.3.8, okay, a minute. Okay, I've got that point.
You see, regulators are advised to utilise a risk-based approach to the location of fish farms and potential impacts on wild fish. Last paragraph. That's under the National Marine Plan, but it's just an example. As I understand it, you accept that you have to take a risk-based approach. You're assessing the risk.
I'm assessing the risk for an appropriate assessment. Yes, I am. Yeah.
Grateful. If we go back to the start of the appropriate assessment, not quite the start, under the description of the proposal, there's no mention of a particular type of fish farm, is there?
Are we at the start of the appropriate assessment or the start of the board report? Sorry,
my apologies. Start of the board report. You're quite right, sir. So it's paragraph 3.5, description of proposal. There's no mention of FISC system anywhere in the description of proposal, is there?
Detail of the actual planning application.
No,
so,
with respect, it is a question for you, Ms. Stewart. What system were you assessing? Were you assessing a generic system or a FISC system in your appropriate assessment?
Looking at the detail that had been provided in the planning application, so that was within the EIA, one of the chapters.
So you were looking at, so chapter 10 of the EIA describes, and chapter 4 describe generic systems. They don't suggest there's a particular FISC system, do they?
No, we'll look at that.
Well, you conducted the appropriate assessment. Surely you'll be able to tell us whether you were doing it on one specific system or a general system, a type of system.
For me, it would be a general system.
Thank you.
For semi-closed containment, because that's what I was looking for.
Thank you.
Evidence of.
So if we go to the part statement on the nature of the development, but I think in light of your answer, we don't need to. You were looking at a general system. Grateful. Under the consideration of the HRA begins at paragraph 4.4 of the report. And we can see the conclusion in bold at paragraph 4.8, and that translated into the reason for refusal. I'm not going to ask you about the wording of that again. I think Quarry's had enough of that. Responses to consultation are set out. I think we can take this then as read. In 8.3, actually that is perhaps not your section, so I'm not going to ask you about that. 8.12, you start dealing with the report starts dealing with wild fish interactions. And it turns swiftly to sea lice in 8.13. And just so, again, I understand your case, you've accepted that there's sufficient evidence as to control of sea lice for sea lice not to be an issue.
Yeah,
and
not an issue.
And in part that's because of the semi-contained system, that it reduces the impact of sea lice.
Yes, it is, and it's also, in this particular case, a distance from the inlet water SAC, so it's the two together.
And notwithstanding your views on the lack of operational use of the SCCS system, you're happy that it's been improved in respect of sea lice, but not in respect of escapes?
Yes, I definitely am, yeah.
You don't consider there's an inconsistency between the two?
No.
At 8.14, you deal with risk of containment and risk of escapes. And at 8.14.2, and I think this is a section of the report that you're concerned with, there's reference that the systems are untested in Scottish waters. But we've agreed earlier that there's no reason to doubt that if they work in Norway, they'll work in Scotland.
That's very true, yes.
You don't say that anywhere in the report, do you?
No, because I couldn't find any evidence of operating systems elsewhere, so I didn't consider it relevant.
But you do consider it relevant to say they're untested in Scottish waters?
Yes, I put that in the report because I work in a national park in Scotland, so pure and simply that's why that was verbalised in that way.
And then at 8.14.10, the assessment concluded that there would be an adverse effect on the integrity. I'm not going to ask you about the use of the word would. It then says this: it is not possible to state that there will not be an incident resulting in farm fish escaping and interacting with wild salmon, which could pose a significant threat to the existing population. Any incident resulting in fish escapes are high risk to the population. Now, I read that as you, and it is you, as I understand it, saying that because you can't rule out any escape, that you concluded that there would or may be, or you couldn't rule out an adverse effect, you putting that as neutrally as possible.
Professor Adams spoke at great...
No, I'm asking your view.
I'm just going to say fragility is where I'm coming from here.
No, well,
I am saying, yes, any instance resulting in fish escape. Now, I'm going to quantify that by saying that it could have been expressed in more detail, but we are coming from the point of view about the large number of escapes which we know have occurred since 2015, certainly since I think it's 2002 started recording them. So what I'm doing there is it's a reference to the fragility of the inlet water SAC. So I totally accept we could have put more detail into that particular point.
Well, it's not the question I asked you. It doesn't quantify the... In fact, there's no quantification in any part of the report as to, or reference to numbers of fish escaping. There seem to be two elements to this. Firstly, it's not possible to state there will not be an escape, an interaction. And secondly, any incident, so that would include single salmon escapes to large escapes, resulting in fish escape, are high risk to the population. Is that a fair way of reading that?
Yes, I think it is. Because we could have verbalised, we could have put more information in there, but this is also back to the drip effect, where multiplier effect of fish escaping. So that's one could argue, yes, you could say that very small incidents will have an effect because it will be long term, and this takes us full circle back to the confidence that we want that the system will operate successfully and that there will be sufficient regulatory systems in place to make sure that the systems are checked regularly. So a few things in there. So one could argue, yes.
No, what it would appear to be saying was that unless you are satisfied that there will be no escapes, you would not come out with a positive assessment.
No, unless we were satisfied that there was evidence that predominantly, I would say predominantly, because that's at any instance, I do silt management plans, I check them all the time. I'm aware that there will be a silt incident, but predominantly they will not occur, and that's for the Endrick Water and other such places.
So
it's not, we accept that there might be an occasional incident. What we can't accept is that there would be a large escape incident. We don't have that knowledge.
You've not said that here. No, well, see what you say. 8.14.12, risks associated with escapes of farmed salmon and the adverse effect on the integrity of the SAC, in combination with the advice from Marine Scotland, means you're unable to complete an assessment. Well, we've gone through that, sorry. 8.14.13. If you can pick it up about 5 lines down. Although the applicant proposes a detailed farm environment management plan and compliance with the technical standards, it is not possible to state there would not be an incident resulting in farmed fish escaping and interacting with wild salmon which could pose a significant threat to the existing population. Any incident resulting in fish escape are high risk to fragile salmonid population. The technology proposed has not been tested in Scotland, and there isn't a body of technology being proven to reduce escapes. Well, leaving that aside, look at the word, just coming back to the sentence, it's not possible to state there would not be an incident resulting in farm fish escaping. It would appear to be the standard that you're applying here is to prevent any farm fish escape. And any incident is what is giving rise to concern. Is that not a fair way of reading that report?
Incidents, yes, because incidents are usually pretty large. And we just didn't have that evidence, so yes, absolutely. But each incident would be assessed on a case-by-case basis. So I said we could have verbalised that better or written it better, but at that stage, yeah, I'm absolutely standing by the fact that we said the technology proposed had not been tested in Scotland, and we didn't have a body of evidence.
I asked you, Mr. Stewart, so please try and concentrate. I know it's been a long time. I want to move on to that. You say there isn't a body of evidence on the technology being proven to reduce escapes. I think you've just accepted that the technology has been proven to reduce escapes by seals.
And I think we also agreed that there are many other reasons for escape. So
potential reasons for escape.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. It's back to evidence.
If it reduces escapes by due to predation, or there being holes in the net, surely that is a reduction in the number of escapes, or the risk of escape.
But we can't predict what the accident's going to be if there's going to be one. The Aqua Scotland NPA 61 report has evidence of large escapes. You've got equipment failure, you've got human error, you've got weather, and despite it being in a sheltered location, that can still occur. If you have equipment failure, then it doesn't matter basically how protected and how sheltered the area is, there will still be a big incident. So there are just so many variables that could result in an accident.
If you take one of the significant potential variables out, there will be a lower risk for contained systems, semi-contained systems than open net systems. There's still, you accept that?
Yes, correct. No, we'll accept that. Sorry, I do apologise. We'll accept that, yeah.
So, but then, if we turn to 855, which is under natural heritage, which is again your territory. It is recognised that the industry has established management and mitigation techniques to minimise risk that is secured through regulation by SEPA and Marine Scotland. There remains a risk, however. Then you refer to the Carradale, and then you say this: whilst the proposal is for a new closed technology, which is stated will reduce risk beyond current open farming methods, it is not possible to conclude that this will ensure that there will be no risk. It would appear that you're requiring there to be no risk.
It's because, as it goes on to state further on, to give context to the full paragraph, the technology is also unproven in Scotland, though is established in Norway. Although this was written 2 years ago, I haven't been able to find that. The system's established in Norway, operating successfully. So we're taking the precautionary approach because we have to do that, yes, for an appropriate assessment.
But the precautionary approach you've taken, Ms. Stewart, is to require that there will be no risk, because what you've said is it is not possible to conclude that this will be to ensure that there will be no risk. That's the approach you've taken, isn't it?
But if there was evidence
No, is that the approach you've taken?
Well, I think we're kind of splitting hairs in exactly what's been said there, because...
No, we're not, Ms. Stewart.
I think
is that the approach you've taken?
It's
a simple question. No.
Well, the answer to that is there's no risk if there's evidence that the system is successfully operating.
You can try and avoid the question as long as you want. The question is the approach set out there in the clause saying it is not possible to conclude that this will ensure there will be no risk, is that the approach you've applied?
That there would be no risk due to... I'm going to give a complete sentence there. That there would be no risk because we know that the system is successfully stopping fish escaping. Yeah,
I understand that, Mr. Stewart. Can I ask you one more time and then I can make comment on your unhelpful behaviour? The test you have applied would appear to be one where you're requiring the applicant to show, to demonstrate to you that it's possible to conclude that their system will ensure that there will be no risk. I'm trying to make sense of the English of that sentence. The test you've set out there is that before you can sign it off, you would have to conclude that it will ensure there will be no risk. So it's the absence of risk which appears to be the test you're applying. Is that correct?
No. I'm going to say it's basically a precautionary approach, and it's the absence of evidence that there will be no risk.
So you need evidence that there's going to be no risk?
Yes.
Not evidence of a low risk or a minimal risk, but no risk?
Evidence, it should say, of a low risk. That would be a better way of putting it.
Well, so you say that. At the bottom of the page, you go on to say it's concluded that while the risk should be low, the potential of further negative impacts on already fragile native fish is a risk that cannot be accepted in an area designated. So even with a low risk, you're saying that cannot be accepted. If there's a risk, the approach you appear to be taking is there's a risk, any risk, that means you lead to a negative appropriate assessment. I'm just trying to understand the way you've approached it.
I can see how that would read. And it is that it's a risk that there's an instance on the fragile native fish population, because it is back to that, we could not find evidence that there wouldn't be a risk. Yes, now, we should have quantified exactly what we meant by that risk. So I fully accept that. Well, so it's a risk of escape, and we'd want to know that the equipment's fit for purpose, and that takes us back to me saying that I want to know where they're operating systems, so I can see that it's been reported that they are successfully stopping fish from escaping.
Yes, And if we, finally on this, if we go to paragraph 9.7, which I accept is in the conclusion section, but this is the advice that has been given to the board relating to your aspect of it. After, in the fifth line down, there's a sentence beginning, after careful consideration, officers have concluded there is not a body of sound evidence on which to rely to make a decision on this new technology. We agree to disagree about that. The National Park's native migratory fish stocks are already in decline, and it is too great a risk to accept that mitigation, monitoring or management alone can provide certainty of no risk. Again, it would appear that the Park Board were being told there need to be certainty of no risk. Is that the approach you took?
But I would read the sentence before that, which you have read, and you have said there's not a body of sound evidence. So that's why the two go together.
I'm not asking you about the evidence. I'm asking you about the approach you took. Was it to require a certainty of no risk? That's the way it reads. When you take all those paragraphs together, is that the approach you took?
No, we weren't looking for absolutely no risk. We were looking for, as it says, a body of sound evidence to provide certainty of no risk.
Yes, so you wanted certainty of no risk.
With a body of sound evidence.
Yes, leaving aside the goal that you were seeking and that you wish to achieve was certainty of no risk. Not limited risk or negligible risk, but no risk. And that's entirely consistent with the passages that I've taken you to.
Certainty of no risk. So,
is that the approach you took?
The approach we took was extremely low risk because of the fragility of the population.
You don't say that anywhere, do you?
No, it doesn't say that there. No.
Or anywhere in the report.
But I think it's fair to say we do not want any risk to the Atlantic salmon population of the en-route water.
Right, well, at that unsatisfactory point, I think that may be a convenient moment to stop for lunch.
Okay, thank you both. Should we come back at 2 o'clock then? Okay, thank you. So, will we just resume? Over to you again, Mr. Findlay.
Thank you, sir. Afternoon. If we turn to the appropriate assessment now, which you prepared, which begins at page 79 of the report. We look on the first page in the paragraph about the beginning of the page, the semi-closed system is designed to prevent sea lice entering the farmed environment by providing a physical environment around each farming enclosure that is impermeable to infective planktonic sea lice. This design has not been used in Scotland before, but has been used in Norway for several years. So at least you appear to be accepting in this document it's been used in Norway for several years. That would appear to be correct, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. The planktonic sea lice, not a problem with that at all, yeah.
Been used in Norway for several years without escapes, hasn't it?
No, I don't think we mentioned escapes there. We're only mentioning...
I know you're not referencing escapes there, but it has been used. There's the same use to demonstrate it's impermeable to infective planktonic sea lice. That's the same operations that did that. Must have had salmon in the nets to do that. Would you agree that?
I would agree with that aspect, but I would also add that... I'm going to add that we're no doubt at all, pardon me, especially from the Control Aqua report, that it has been effectively tested for sea lice, no doubt that whatsoever. The aspect of, and what you're trying to say is that because there's salmon in there, that it's been proven that the fish won't escape. That's a different matter.
Okay. Notwithstanding Control Aqua, in the same sentence that they dealt with sea lice, deal with escapes.
That one sentence, yes, but like I said before, they gave no evidence of operating systems, so that's where I was coming from.
Okay, and you go on in this paragraph to say the Fisheries Management Scotland has expressed concerns that the technology has not been tested in Scotland, but and you refer to a trial in Canada that we've discussed. On the second page, you address the significance test. And you recognise. I just wanted to ask you about this. You say at the penultimate paragraph that in the second sentence there could be significant effects from sea lice, etc. Farm fish escape and food and species entering the water. There could also be sediment entering Loch Long during its construction. Although the development in the loch is out with the boundary of the SAC, adult salmon and river lamprey pass through the loch to spawn in fresh water. Brook lamprey do not migrate to sea. As a consequence, the proposal is likely to have a significant likely effect, and an appropriate assessment is required. Did you consider an appropriate assessment required for river lamprey too?
Because of the distance. So, no, I did not.
Because we then go to the next page, page 81, where you say the elements of the project likely to give rise to significant effects on the site. By the site there, do you mean the project site or the Endrick Water SAC? Okay. First one is construction. How could there be potential for pollution from construction on the Endrick Water SAC?
I did rule that out. Likely significant effect is a process where I've got to think about every possible scenario that could occur. So that's definitely one that I would always take into consideration. So you're absolutely right, it's not relevant as it was screened out. So, but it's just we would always mention construction, just so it's there.
So, right, so I understand this box is just everything possible.
More or less, yeah.
Okay, so I won't ask 3 questions about that if that's the approach. Then the next box on the same page described how the integrity of the site is likely to be affected by the project. And you just told me that lamprey weren't part of the appropriate assessment, but you talk about salmon and lamprey both here.
Yes, that's because I'm still at that stage raising the possibility. So that's how we all do our appropriate assessments differently. That's how I do mine. And then later on, you'll note that there is no reference to the lamprey. It is just salmon, Atlantic salmon I've considered. Because it's the same with the sea lice as well. I ruled that out. But it's just what's the absolute worst scenario. These are the key points that I thought were relevant at that stage. And then, obviously, I narrow it down and I get to the proper, what's going to cause the adverse effect here, or what could cause the adverse effect.
Well, I'm just looking at the question that's asked you. Describe how the integrity of the site, determined by the structure and function of the conservation objectives, is likely to be affected by the project. And you've, in answer to that, considered a reduction in water quality could be significant. So again, is this just, again, hypothesising of what might be?
That stage is, yeah. And then I would narrow it down. Like I said, we all do it differently.
Well, because in the equivalent box in all the other assessments, Nature Scott has been looking at the relevant likely disturbances, because what I understand, the purpose of this box is to identify how the integrity of the site is likely to be impacted, and then you look at mitigation as to how you would deal with that. Where do you rule out water quality, chemical treatments, fecal waste being an issue?
In my conclusion.
Right. Okay. Then in page 83, under fish escape, you say the containers have a second mesh bag below the collar to provide an additional barrier reducing risk of escapes. The double barrier combination reduces the possibility of farm fish escaping if there is an equipment failure or collision. Do you still stand by that?
This is where we go through the detail of, I would say yes, but it was caveated by the fact that we didn't have the mooring plan there. So it was, we couldn't complete an assessment of the suitability of the equipment to ensure containment of the fish as the information provided to them, and that's Marine Scotland, differed from the equipment which is subject of the planning application.
You do now have Marine Scotland science view. How does that change your position?
It changes my position in that, as much as I can be, yes, I take that security that they have said that the moorings are fit for purpose.
You then look at relevant information from consultees, and I want to have a brief look at some of these. You go to Nature Scott, and that is APP 2.6. Sorry, I'm going to, I think in the light of some of the answers you've just given, I don't think we need to go to that. Hang on, let me just see. Let's leave 2.6 and try and make some swifter progress. You then deal with Fisheries Management Scotland, and the reporter can read their full response, which is AP 2.2 for themselves. You deal with Argyll District Salmon Fisheries Board, who don't raise a concern about the SAC, do they? That's APP 2.1. I think they confirmed that. Mr. Brooke confirmed that in evidence.
Right, to use their response for background, yeah, I did.
But their opposition wasn't relevant to the SAC, was it?
It's, as I said, we all do our appropriate assessments differently, and I just felt it was relevant that I did put that information regarding the surrounding salmon rivers into my appropriate assessment. But the adverse effects is specifically for the Endrick water.
Marine Scotland Science, all you say about them is they couldn't complete an assessment. But perhaps we could turn to that, because I'm going to suggest to you they said quite a lot more. That's APP 2.5.
Okay. Is that the letter Sorry, because I'm going to refer to my paper copies.
So,
is that the letter of
9th December 2021?
December 21? Okay. Okay, got that.
There's quite a considerable discussion of stocking levels, husbandry, sea lice, etc. But on page 6 they deal with containment. And Marine Scotland Science say in the second paragraph, the double barrier between the stock and the marine environment from the fish holding net and the impermeable bag minimises the risks of escape into the marine environment. Why didn't you include that evidence in your appropriate assessment? Did you have the letter? Do you have page 6?
That in, you're quite correct. I could also put in the letter which went to Mr. Mearns, and that is the letter dated, let me see, 26th of July 2022, which says that...
hang on, which document is that?
I'll get a number for that in just a second. But we've submitted it. It clearly says, and this is letter 22, technology was still under development. So I could have made both references. I could have made the reference from that letter, and I could also have made the reference from the July letter of July 2022. And I was going to look and see if I can find a number for that letter.
I think it's
PD 2.4.
Oh, great, great.
I think that's Marine Scotland policy, isn't it?
It is, it is.
Not Marine Scotland Science. I'll come to AP 2.4 in a moment.
Okay.
But this Marine Scotland Science saying that the impermeable opaque bag minimises the risk of escape, that's highly relevant information, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. And some of this is commentary and some of it is replicating what the applicant has said, so one has to be careful. But if you go to the end of the page, the applicant has supplied site-specific equipment attestations from 2 suppliers being considered for the development, Fisk and Ecomodan. The Fisk attestation states, and I won't read that out, equipment will be manufactured, etc. Marine Scotland Science then comment that the attestation doesn't refer to a technical standard for Scottish finfish aquaculture. That's the document I was asking you about earlier this morning. However, the draft FEMP states that equipment will meet it. Do you see that?
Yeah, yeah.
And that appears to satisfy Marine Scotland. Would you agree with that? They then go on to make the point about the mooring analysis in the third paragraph on page, or second full paragraph on page 7, which is what you do pick up.
Yes, so sorry, but that's to the fact that the draft FEMP states that the equipment will meet the Scottish finfish aquaculture. I don't doubt that it does say that.
Thank you. It then they go on to discuss wild fisheries from page 7 onwards, but they don't raise any concern about genetic integration, do they?
just good for a wee look at that letter again. They possibly don't. But then they wouldn't be as concerned for the Enric water sites as we are, because we have that direct role.
Absolutely, but the issues that they deal with, in terms, they'd be concerned not only about, because the issue of genetic integration doesn't just apply to the Endrick, it applies to any river. Are you saying Marine Scotland Science aren't concerned about that?
No, I'm just saying I can't see that it was referenced in here.
No.
And I know it's Nature Scott that we're looking for advice on that particular issue.
No, I'm talking about genetic integration generally.
Yeah.
You referred to the letter from Marine Scotland, which is APP 2.4. And if you turn to that and turn to the bottom of page 3, please. You have that? So it says there that closed containment technologies were actually first deployed in Norway in the early 1990s. And then more recently, the Special Innovation Scheme has seen the rapid development of new technologies, including semi-enclosed containment technologies and offshore technologies. Then they go on to say picking up the second sentence of the next paragraph, semi and fully enclosed systems are receiving significant investment as they are seen as the way to ensure that Norway can continue to increase its fish production output. Closed containment and semi-closed fish farming technology is now used in Canada and the Faroe Islands, but is yet to be deployed in Scotland, to be fully deployed in Scotland. No suggestion there that it's untested technology, is there?
Well, actually there is, because it goes on to the next page where it says about the peer reviews existing, and it says, however, the study is not specific to the technology put forward by Loch Long Salmon. However, it is a review of the information on the performance of collective systems to date. And as I said earlier on, they have made reference to the fact that there's publicly available on page, not numbered their pages, but the page you were reading from, section 2, they have said there are several sites using similar technology in Norway, and the Centre for Closed Containment Aquaculture Norway published their recent annual report. There is some publicly available information on a trial of the technology in Canada by Cermaq. The information available is varied and appears to show both positive and negative results. And it's challenging to obtain definitive data on the performance of these semi-closed sites at this stage, although it does say including for reasons of commercial confidentiality.
No, they didn't have the Control Aqua report from this year, nor did they have, it would appear, all the material that you had that we went through this morning.
No, they wouldn't have had.
Right.
But I think we've agreed to differ in how we interpret that report.
And they, on the last page, they say overall, semi-closed containment systems are regarded as an improvement for sea lice control. So, like you, they're happy to give an overall view on semi-closed containment systems, and that systems to date have been trialled in sheltered locations, and that technology will require further development for use at more exposed sites. Now, we're in a sheltered location, so we don't fall foul of that caveat about needing further development, do we?
That's correct, and the word trialled is in there again, so That's, yeah, very clear to me.
The clear implication is been trialled and found to be successful.
I don't see that additional sentence there.
No, it's not there, but that's the clear implication if you're reading it reasonably, isn't it?
Well, I think that might be an agree to differ on that one again. If I get evidence, that would be absolutely fantastic, but I don't see that in that sentence.
Right, that's all from that document for the moment. If we could come back to your appropriate assessment. You refer to the Carradale escape. I think Professor Adams agreed that no hybrid or genetically introgressed fish were found in either set of monitoring from the Carradale escape in the Endrick. There were farm fish that were found in the Lomond system, but from the Carradale escape, none. The single fish found in the Hendrick was from PPA-002-2020, which was the national study.
The Carradale report was referred to within my appropriate assessment, because at that time, as I say, within the Lomond system, verified there was one record of farmed fish being found there, and there were 118 verified records within the Leven. So I couldn't ignore that evidence. Now, at the time, it was the fact that there had been a bad escape and 17 rivers had shown evidence of farmed fish. So with the Endrick water showing that, one had been found at, within the Lomond system, Leven, which basically just runs out of Loch Lomond, 118 records. That's very close to the Endrick water, which is approximately, I'll say, about 35 kilometres probably from there. And it was just too much of a chance for us to take that there could be serious long-term evidence of introgression later on. And at the board report, I did have access to the first Marine Scotland report on that incident, the volume 12, number 12, I think it is, NPA 44. And
I think that's the national report. The report on the incident is APP.
The national assessment, it says indeed, yeah, the Marine Scotland report. But the one I was referring to within my appropriate assessment was the Burns report. So that was MPA 55, and that was carried out by Fisheries Management Scotland. So that's what I was looking at. So it was the fact that at that point there was clear concern about the escape from Carradale.
It doesn't really matter whether the fish come from Carradale or from my client's site. That level of fish from Carradale would have caused you similar concern if Carradale was asking for permission.
No, because we wouldn't have been commenting on that. I would need to. Like I said, every case is different. The key issue for us here is the fact that this proposal is so close to the Endrick. It's within the national park.
It's not so close to the Endrick. We've been through that already. You've accepted that Ardyne and the other one, right, the Arran sites, that the Ardyne site was the equivalent distance and the Arran site was not materially greater. Are you saying Carradale is a materially greater distance away?
No, I think what you said, you're...
I'm asking you, Ms Stewart, whether Carradale is a further distance away, a materially further distance away than Loch Long.
Material, it is further away, yes it is. So
material, in what sense is the additional distance material in your view?
You'll need to say what you're actually asking me there. You say
Yes.
material.
Yes. Well, do you understand the concept of materiality?
Yes, I do, yeah.
So, in what sense is the Carradale being further away than Loch Long a material distinction between the two in terms of impact on the Endrick SAC?
I don't think I can really answer that question because the two cases are so different. And
Why are they so different?
It's the relevance of this incident, which at the appropriate assessment I had to put within the appropriate assessment because it was relevant, because there had been fish detected in the Lomond catchment.
And just running that camera forward then, in terms of the detection of the Lomond catchment, we know from MPA 44 there was one fish found out of 28 tested in the Endrick, let alone the in terms of identified fish within the Endrick that subject to either hybridisation or integration. There's one fish in 27, which is, as I think as Professor Adams accepted, about 4%.
Yeah.
Which
Sorry,
you accept that?
He did explain that. That's definitely his
If you go to page 15 of MPA 44, that would put the condition as weak genetic changes indicated.
As what, sorry?
Weak genetic changes indicated. Less than between if the level of integration is between greater than 0 and less than 6.5, weak genetic changes.
Yes, but it's fair to say that it was very early doors, this report, and that's...
I'm asking you about now.
About now, with very little evidence about the long-term effect of the genetics, yes, you could say that. You could use half the results of it, yeah.
It says weak genetic changes are indicated. How is that going to undermine the long-term integrity of the site?
It's the fact that the report was letting us know that it was just the fact that this report was not complete by any means, because we were at the stage here where they were saying, well, we still don't know the long-term effects, so it still needs identified. And as Professor Adams said, it's unfortunate that they did not continue carrying out the research on the genetics of the fish in several sampling points.
The report deals with that. I'm not going to go back over that, but I'm asking about the report you were referring to, MPA 44. And the question I asked you didn't directly relate to your appropriate assessment, but was this, that if there's a 4% integration which is classified in the report as weak genetic changes indicated, how is that going to negatively affect the integrity, the long-term integrity of the site, if there are weak genetic effects?
But that's where I'm saying...
Sir, could I maybe just come in here? I mean, that's really a question for Colin Adams, and I think it was asked and it was answered yesterday.
No, it's not, with respect. It's a question for this witness who's carrying out the appropriate assessment, because Professor Adams didn't give any evidence as to the long-term integrity of the site. He wasn't asked by me, nor by you, nor does he deal with his report with that. So I'm going to ask this witness again, what does that say about the long-term integrity of the SAC, if only weak genetic changes are indicated?
I would say it was inconclusive because it's only a snapshot at that time, so I couldn't answer that question long-term.
Very well, thank you. Page 85 of your report, you deal with conclusions.
Is that, sorry,
your appropriate assessment, yes.
Oh, okay. So I've got a separate copy for that. Well, if you start reading out what the reference in mine.
It's on page 85, and I think you need to be there to in fairness to you.
No, I've got my separate copy here of the appropriate assessment.
Well, I think you should fairness to you, find that before I ask you questions on
it. No, because I've got the other comments there. So, no. Okay.
Before we get here, we can note that there's no reference to any of the supporting material or attestations provided by the applicant, or any reference to them, is there?
No, there is not.
You deal with Nature Scott in the first two paragraphs and tell us you're unable to reach a consensus with them. So you put your concerns to them, but they maintain their position. Is that fair?
Yes, it is. We asked them for additional information regarding introgression, and unfortunately weren't able to provide that to us. So,
well, I don't know what information you asked them. I don't have evidence of that, but they maintained their position.
They did, yes, they did, yeah.
Notwithstanding you making your position clear to them.
Yes, yeah.
And then in the fourth paragraph, you say this: having regard to the evidence before us on this matter, we remain of the opinion that the proposal will result in an adverse effect on the integrity. Sorry, I didn't mean to ask you about that. It's getting back to will and would. It's the same issue we went uphill and down Dale about this morning. In the fifth paragraph, you say, in our opinion, although a detailed FEMP and adherence to technical standard could be imposed, it is not possible to state with any certainty there will not be an incident, note the words an incident, resulting in farmed salmon escaping and interacting with wild salmon, which would pose a significant threat to the existing fragile population. Now that's consistent with the wording in the report that I took you to before lunch, isn't it? So it's any incident. You being unable to rule out any incident has led you to a negative assessment.
By Professor Adams, when he spoke about the one catastrophic instance which could have an effect.
Well, Professor Adams's one catastrophic incident was not put to Mr. Wright in the terms that he announced it, and I'll deal with that in closing submissions. I'm looking at your conclusions here. You're talking about any incident, and that is the we'll just go on to, there are only three more paragraphs. You then refer to Carradale, and you say farmed salmon escaping and interacting with wild salmon would pose a significant threat. You then refer to local rivers, and you refer to Loch Long being 20 kilometres north of the likely migration route of post-smolts emigrating from the Endrick SAC. What's the relevance of that?
It was to show the proximity of the possibility of farmed fish and wild fish interacting. What,
in the wider Firth of Clyde?
No, it's this is where I'm on a very, very thin area of knowledge here, but it's basically to do with what Professor Adams was talking about the homing instinct of these fish. So I just, as Nature Scott did also, felt it was of relevance to note that it was within 20 kilometres of the migration route. Well, so that's a complete lift from Nature Scott, because I absolutely agreed with him on that, that it was danger because it was so close.
No, Nature Scott did not.
No,
Ms. Stewart, Nature Scott did not say there was a danger because they're so close to the migration routes.
No, but they did say it was within 20 kilometres of the migration route. So
and that was relevant to the lice issue, wasn't it?
With them it was, yes, yeah.
So why is it relevant to your conclusion on genetic integration?
Because I felt it was of interest within the appropriate assessment to include the proximity of the migration route.
Suggest to you it's irrelevant.
Well, we'll agree to differ in that one.
And then in your final paragraph before the conclusion, you say, in reaching our conclusion, it's important to observe that the technology proposed has not been trialled in Scotland. It's not that it hasn't been trialled anywhere. just that it's not been trialled in Scotland. It's the top of page 86.
Mm-hmm.
You've agreed the fact that it's not been trialled in Scotland of itself makes no difference.
Well, I felt it was relevant to say it hadn't been trialled in Scotland, so that's why it's in there.
Yeah, but you've agreed it makes no difference that it hasn't been trialled in Scotland. Why is it in your conclusion on the penultimate paragraph in your conclusion that leads to an assessment that there would be an adverse effect on integrity?
Because my relevance here is the fact that even if it were the case, it's black and white, as it's absolutely okay in Norway or elsewhere, I didn't have that evidence. So Scotland's the country that we're operating in, that's where it is, so that's why that's in there.
Where in either the report or your appropriate assessment, is there any discussion on the extent of the risk of fish escaping, as opposed to there being an escape of fish?
The extent of the, I wouldn't put the extent of the risk because I wouldn't be aware. I wouldn't be able to quantify in any way what that risk could be.
Where is there any consideration of the extent of risk depending on the age of the fish escaping, for instance, whether they're smolts or near ready to harvest?
No, I wouldn't deal with that level of detail in there at all, because that's one of the many variables, and that was discussed at great length by Professor Adams, so I would not put that in my appropriate assessment.
Were you aware of those issues?
Yes, I was, yeah.
There's no reference in your report or your appropriate assessment to them, is there?
No, because I'm not going to go down a path where we've got somebody who's far more specialised than I.
No. You didn't have Professor Adams at that stage, Ms. Stewart. You know that perfectly well. There's no reference in your report or your appropriate assessment consideration of any of those matters, is there?
I thought you were talking about my precognition.
No.
If you're talking about my appropriate assessment, no, I wasn't familiar at all with how many numbers we were going to have of the fish. I am aware, of course, of the difference between the two systems. I am aware of the general size of the fish, but only from the EIA reports.
There's no discussion of the risk of hybridisation.
Well, I think that's where we've already...
In your report
in
or
report,
in the appropriate assessment? There's no discussion of the extent of risk of integration in your report.
But there's not much difference between hybridisation and integration.
And there's no discussion on the impact on the long-term integrity of the site in your report or appropriate assessment.
Here of I've produced my appropriate assessment, so
that would only be pedantic if you were forming. See, the reader of your appropriate assessment and the report taken together would form the view that you thought that any risk of any escape of any salmon would be enough to lead to a negative conclusion. If that's the case, then there's no need for discussion of those matters. I can see the logical consequence of that. But if you are concerned with assessing or judgment of risks or probabilities and estimates, which is what I suggest you should have been, there should have been discussion of all those matters, but there isn't any. Is there?
I wouldn't do estimates. I think it is clear within my report, the appropriate assessment, that I was concerned about the technology. And it's unfortunate if you're going to read it to state that I'm not going to accept any risk, because that is not the case.
Well, that's what it says, suggest to you with respect. And there's, if we go to your precognition, in paragraph 6, you say, just let you find it.
Okay, got it.
I'm in no doubt the impact of integration between farm salmon with wild salmon in the Endrick SAC will lead to negative and irreversible results on the population and distribution of the wild salmon, and that this is a significant disturbance. Again, you don't qualify the level, extent or risk of integration, do you?
No, because we couldn't do that. It's such a large area of variables that it's absolutely impossible to state there would be 5 salmon that would cause an effect, there would be 20, there would be 200. And also, once it really starts getting drilled down into detail, that's not my area of specialism. What I do know is that integration would definitely cause a significant disturbance.
Yeah, thank you. That's the clearest way answer you've given me so far. It's any integration. Your concern
yes,
leads
stand
to
by that. Yeah.
Well, I suggest to you that's simply the wrong approach, and inconsistent with the one taken by Nature Scott, who've taken a risk-based approach. Just one small point on your evidence and in your precognition in paragraph 13. The second bullet point.
Okay.
These 4 CERTA systems weren't in the Faroes, were they? They were in Norway.
Which bullet point you on to now?
Second bullet point. Sorry, it's third bullet point.
The third bullet point. Just bear with me. I'll just check my article.
And whilst we're checking the article, it's only 2 collapsed as a result of the structural issues after they were moored.
Okay, that's perhaps an error.
Well, it's a long way from the Faroes to Norway. I just want to check we're talking about the same incident.
Okay, bear with me. I'll get that article.
I think it's your MPA.
I'll just look it up. Actually, it'll be easier.
101.
Oh no, wait a minute. We've got. I don't think we could. It was on the DPEA site. Right, I've got it. Just give me a second, and I shall get that. PPA-002-2020. Can I ask if the heating's still on, and if it is, could it be switched off? It's giving me an awful dry throat. Oh, I've got it. No, I think I'm okay now. It was getting awful dry. I do have a wee teeny bit of asthma, so I've got to watch. Okay, no, I'm fine. Thank you very much. That's very kind. Right, so I've got the web capture, NPA 101, 28th of July 2023. Problem with collapsing and deficient systems contributing to operating loss for
I'm not asking
Norwegian.
you to read it out. I'm just asking you to confirm that it was in Norway rather than the Faroes.
Yes, it says Norway, Norwegian operator.
And that only 2 pens collapsed after they were moored, not 4.
Yes, sorry, you are correct. 2 of the 4 crashed before OH, which is the operator, was to take over the cages.
Yeah, we heard quite significant evidence.
The other 2 were taken over by OH, but later proved to be so deficient that we've cancelled the contract in 2023.
Yeah, understand.
So, effectively, I did get the summary wrong, but all 4 were not fit for purpose.
Just wanted to make sure we had the same incident, because Mr. Hawthorne gave significant amount of evidence out on the first Monday of the inquiry. I don't need to go back through that with you. Just finally, to take you to the inquiry statement on this session. A couple of questions in there. In 6.3
Of the inquiry session?
inquiry statement, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, it says 2 site condition assessments for the SAC. This feature.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I don't have the same report. I thought it was the inquiry statement on the effects of wild salmon.
Yes, it is.
Oh, 6.3. Oh, 6.30.
6.3. Page 4.
Okay.
Its
Yeah. Okay.
Its condition has been classified as unfavourable recovering 2011 and unfavourable 2021.
Yeah.
We can go to the NEPS document again if you wish, but I think it's only proposed to be unfavourable in 2021. I
would need to double check that. I know that there's actually a consultation with the 2024 classification at the moment. But what I do know is that the status has been the same for several years now.
Yes, the status is category 2.
Yeah.
So, but it hasn't. But I'm more concerned about whether it's unfavourable recovering or unfavourable.
It's unfavourable declining, well, as far as I know.
That is the proposed assessment from the NEPS document, which is MPA 114. But it hasn't been classified as that. I'm just interested in your word of classified. It's been proposed.
It's been the same classification category for the last at least 2 years.
We can go round in circles. I don't see any
reason why it would differ.
All afternoon, Stuart. You deal with the categorisation in 6.4, which is the next paragraph. 6.2, you're doing it.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So I'm asking you about 6.3. And the simple point I'm putting to you is that I think it's put to Mr. Wright. It's so for your note, MPA 114, page 34, table 1, that it's been classified as unfavourable, declining, but in fact it's simply a proposed classification.
No, I don't consider it to be proposed.
Well, that's what the table says.
Sorry, my computer's not letting me in. Because the categorisation as such, that's from, I'll just tell you to make sure I get absolutely right. The conservation of salmon regulations 2016 mean that they have to be assessed every year. So that's where that comes from. So that's how I know that certainly in 2022, and it wasn't proposed, it was definitely assessed as category 2.
I'm not asking you about your paragraph 6.4. I know you've been cross-examined for a long time. They're not, with respect. In 6.3, you say it's been classified as unfavourable recovering in 2011 and unfavourable in 2021. And the footnote support you give for 2021 is the NEPS programme report, which is MPA 114.
Okay, so within the NEPS programme, yes.
It's just a proposed classification.
Yes, but within the Scottish Government site, it's verified as being Category 2 because it has to be assessed through the Conservation of Salmon Act. Okay. That's what I'm saying. So it's basically NEPS are the ones who have classified it, and that's what they've put in their report. But if you go into the Scottish Government website, which gives you the classification for the salmon rivers, then it's very clearly Category 2, and that's a 60 to 80% probability.
Okay, and so that may be very helpful. So what appear from that you're saying that the reporters should place more weight on the marine directed categorisation and the fact that the Category 2 categorisation is the one that's been awarded.
No. What's happening here is the NEPS report. That's the organisation, basically. They're the specialists that will do the examination of the rivers, yep. And then that information is fed in to the Marine Directorate for the categorisation. So the Marine Directorate
have not changed their categorisation from Category 2 in 2023, have they?
No.
And that's, I think we heard yesterday from Professor Adams, that's just come out.
The
2023.
2023, yeah, but unbelievably, I did note the other night that they're now looking for categorising. It's 2024. It's in there. That's not the correct word I've got there, but the assessment is out.
I think I've put that as far as I can. I'm not going to take further time on that. In 6.7 of this inquiry statement, there's reference to the national survey. In fact, I've dealt with that with Professor Adams. I don't think, but go into that. .14.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about the two different farming methods, entry to harvest and post-smolt.
Mm-hmm.
And you say, and I'm saying it's you, but the author of this document which you've adopted says, under the post-smolt system, the fish would be grown in 4 enclosures and then would be taken to conventional open-net salmon farms to complete their growth and harvesting, which appears to be rather contrary to the appellant's positive environmental claims for the fish farm proposal, as opposed to the open-net method. Doesn't that demonstrate you've misunderstood the basis on which the method works insofar as lice are concerned?
Lice are only one issue. This is making reference to the fact that if you're going to move no, actually, it could affect lice. But what we'll say is, this was a reference to the fact of fish moving to an open net fish farm, where we considered that went against what was claimed about the value of a semi-closed system.
But why does it? There are 2 values in a semi-closed system, particularly. One is the effective elimination of lice. I'm not saying total, but effective. And that's the main one. And if you understood the evidence of Mr. Hawthorne and the applicants, because lice take time to grow, if you move post-smolts to an open net system, they won't need to be treated before they're harvested, because the lice won't have replicated sufficiently to require treatment.
I don't think it's quite as black and white as that. It's not my area of specialism, but I do not think it's as black and white as that, because the lice could very simply be in the water.
Well, lice are always in the water.
Yeah,
there will always be a lice
yeah.
population in the water, but the lice then need to build up, and they take time to do that. And it's covered by Mr. Hawthorne's evidence, but I'm suggesting to you that putting this concern here, which mirrors a concern in by a number of other commentators, demonstrates a misunderstanding of the potential relevance of semi-contained systems to fish farming in Scotland generally.
No, I don't think I'm going to agree with that. It was a direct reference to the fact that open net fish farms are quite prone to accidents at the moment, so that would be the reference there. So there'd be no clear gain if they're going to be moved to an open net system. But this is not my area of specialism, so I really couldn't say any more on that.
The open net systems to which they would be produced certainly would be moved to. Certainly wouldn't be in Loch Long, would they?
I don't know where they would be. That's all I can say to that. I have no idea, so I couldn't comment further.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Findlay. I think I just have one related question. I think you've covered the other ground I was going to ask you about. Mr. Findlay was asking about, there was a discussion about the other fish farm sites in and around the Clyde estuary and the extent to which your conclusions for this site or this development would hold good, or would have held good, or would have applied in those other cases. And I'm not going to draw the net as widely as that. I'm just interested in the boundaries of the national park, insofar as you regulate the aquaculture. So we have, and I look at the map you helpfully gave me earlier. So there's Loch Long, and then there's Loch Goyle, and then there's part of the Holy Loch. But they all meet the Clyde round about the same. Well, the first two meet the Clyde exactly the same place, and then the Holy Loch is just a little bit further downstream. So what I take from your evidence is that this proposal, on the basis of the appropriate assessment, wouldn't be consentable anywhere within the national park boundary. Is that fair?
Within the national park area, yes.
I mean, that's as far as I'm asking about. Yeah. And if your evidence is that in general terms there's probably less risk of escape from this type of system than from an open net, a standard open net fish farm, then it follows that a standard open net fish farm wouldn't be consentable within the national park either.
An open net, again, it's back to we'd look at all the evidence, but absolutely not. The semi-closed, I think it's fair to say that, over time there may be more evidence, so we've definitely got an open mind on that, whereas the jury's not out on the open net because there's so much documented evidence on that.
Okay, thanks. And yeah, I should have said I meant at this time. Yeah. Okay, that's all I was going to ask about. Mr. McKee, I don't know if you want 5 minutes before we move on.
It might be helpful for the witness to have 5 minutes. It's a long day already, sir.
Well, let's give you 10 minutes then. We'll come back at 3:10. Break over, that's 3:10. I'll go back to you, Mr. McKee, for re-examination.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Stuart, if you could have CD 1.32 before you, please, which is the National Park Authority's decision notice on the application. CD 1.32. Just let me know when you have that. Do you have that? All right. Do you have that in hard copy? Okay, you'll recall a few hours ago that Mr Finlay indicated that there was no reference in the Park Authority's reasons for refusal in regard to concerns that the National Park had in regard to other salmon rivers. And when I say other salmon rivers, I mean other salmon rivers out with the Endrick Water SAC. If you could turn to the second paragraph of the decision notice underneath where it states the National Park Authority's reasons for refusal are, and then there's a colon, and then it moves to several paragraphs. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And the sentence starts with the proposed development would not comply with Natural Environment Policy 15. Can you see that?
Yes, yes.
I'll just read on here because it says coastal marine area and local development it would not be in alignment with the National Marine Plan policies and objectives. This is the important point. Specifically, the development would not be in alignment with the National Marine Plan Aquaculture Policy 5, that aquaculture developments should avoid or mitigate adverse impacts on the seascape, landscape and visual amenity of an area, and, this is the important part, Objective 2, for wild salmon and diadromous fish to maintain healthy salmon and diadromous fish stocks. Against that, would you agree with me that is a reference to more than just the Endrick SAC? That is a reference to...
Yes, I would.
Well,
no, I can see the answer. I can see the answer in there.
Sarah, I'll try not to phrase them in such a leading manner. I do recall some questions with Mr. Reithe last week, which was a Q&A from a written text, sir. So if that isn't leading, I don't know what is. Okay. So I'll rephrase the question. From that statement I've read, what would you take from that in regard to the Park Authority's view on rivers, salmon rivers, out with the Endrick Water SAC?
The marine policy, basically we did make reference to the other salmon rivers, which I was aware of, but I did not refer to. So quite a stressful experience here, so should remember that. But yes, it definitely makes reference to the Natural Environment Policy 15, Coastal Marine Areas of Local Development Plan.
Thank you. And if you could turn to document CD 2.4, which you will need your computer for, I think. Just let me know when you found that document. You've got that. And that bears to be a letter from Marine Scotland to Stuart Mearns, who's the Director of Place at the Park. You can see that, and it's dated the 26th of July 2022. Yeah. It is written by Marine Scotland Policy, and it is looking at new technologies in regard to advancements on salmon farming. And I would just like you to look and read for me the last sentence. So it's actually the second last paragraph where it starts as an example. I think it's actually the last page of that letter. It's just shortly above the sign-off by Jill Barber, who's the head of Aquaculture Development. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Could you read the sentence starting as an example, FISC? And as you know, FISC are one of the systems that have been presented as an acceptable system that they have been incorporated, in our view, into the planning application. But if you can read that statement.
Yes, I will. As an example, fish who design and deliver closed containment systems attest that fish have shown better growth in their pens. It's difficult to verify this information without full data being available, but the technology is promising overall.
Now, just focusing on that last sentence, two parts to that. First, it says it's difficult to verify this information without full data being made available. And then it goes on to say, but the technology is promising overall. What are you taking from that sentence?
I'm taking the fact that, like us, they've been unable to obtain evidence that the closed containment, the semi-closed contained systems are in operation, and that there's evidence that they're working properly.
Okay, thank you. And if you could turn to, I think it's CD 2.5 is the next one, which bears to be a letter from Marine Scotland Science. Let me know when you have that to hand.
Okay, I've got it. That's the 9/12/2021 letter.
Yes, this was a letter that Mr. Finlay put you about an hour ago or so. And if you could move down to the paragraph which is entitled, I think it's containment. If you can find that, they're headed paragraphs.
I've got it. Yeah.
If everyone has that.
Yeah.
Now, can you read the paragraph which starts with, I need to just move down here, it's not easy on this machine. 1, 2. The third paragraph starting with the applicant has supplied.
The applicant has supplied, the applicant has supplied site-specific equipment attestations from the two suppliers being considered for the development, and that's Fisk and I can never pronounce this word Ecomerden. The Fisk's attestation states that the design and construction of the Certus 30,000 semi-closed containment system has been deemed suitable for the environmental conditions at the Beinn site. And the equipment were manufactured and constructed by a team of fully qualified engineers and is certified according to the Norwegian technical standards.
Now, just pause there. We can just agree here, and I don't think it would be leading to say that's a reference to the development being in accordance with the Norwegian technical standard. If you could read on the next sentence, please.
The attestation doesn't refer to a technical standard for Scottish finfish aquaculture. However, the draft FEMP states that equipment will meet the STS. While
just pause there.
Yeah.
What is your evidence in terms of whether marine science regulatory in its regulatory form are saying, and this seemed to be what was coming out from the Q&A earlier on, are they saying that this necessarily meets the Scottish technical standard?
No, I don't read that from there, no.
If you didn't and I misunderstood you, then I'm happy to have that on the record, sir. I thought that was the point that was being put.
They were content that it could be dealt with by a condition, in essence, because it was an undertaking to comply with it within the FEMP.
Three, 2. I'm just going to. Sorry, it's 6. It's. Wait a second. Sorry, it's APP 6.27. I do apologise. Which is the technical standard. Okay. And if you go to the first page of that, we can agree that this was published in June 2015. I think we can agree that the source of this is Marine Scotland. Now, what is the date in which the appellant contends that the semi-closed system first received its commercial licence?
18.
So we can agree that that would be after publication of these technical standards.
It is, yeah.
Okay. And if we can turn to the glossary of that document, which is pretty much near the back.
You need to bear with me, it'll take me a while to get down here. This computer. Yeah.
It's Appendix 2, and it's page 47 on here. I think. I think it might be page 50. It's the definition of pens. P-E-N-S.
Sorry everyone, I've got no mouse and it takes forever to scroll up on this laptop. Okay.
If you can see that, you'll see sort of further into the definition of pens, it's maybe the second or third sentence it starts. The term pen applies to the circular plastic installation. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Could you just read that sentence starting with the term pen applies?
Oh. The term pen applies to circular plastic installations and square steel wooden rubber installations that are in common use in Scottish aquaculture and other less common structures such as semi-submersible or closed containment units.
Now, if you just pause there, you've read out the part which discusses other less common structures, and we can assume that can we agree that if there were to be a reference here to semi-closed systems, then one would expect it to be a less common structure because this is the first time it's ever come to Scotland?
Yes.
Right.
Yep, I definitely agree with that, yeah.
And we see a reference to a closed containment unit. Do you know what a closed containment unit is?
Yes, the closed containment systems are very different, and I hope I've got this right. These are the ones which are very often on land as well, I think. But I know they're a completely different system.
Can you see any reference to a semi-closed system?
No, I don't. I do not.
So what is your view about the immediate applicability of these standards?
My view is I was wrong when I was reading that in the first place, and that the standards have not been prepared for the semi-closed containment units because they are less common structures and are not specifically referenced to the standards, which were 2015.
Thank you. Can you go to APP 6.32, which is the appropriate assessment for the Kilbrannan, which Mr. Finlay also took you to? You have that, and this is related to the North Kilbrannan fish farm, and I think you've already I think, agreed in evidence. This was in, I think, May 2023, this particular assessment. Now, if we look at, can you go down to the box which in which the heading is site condition monitoring? And this is an assessment on the Endrick SAC. It doesn't seem to be numbered in pages. Yeah, it's... Now, we see in here, I think, in contrast to the other appropriate assessments pro formas which have been presented by the appellants, we see a great deal more assessment of the site condition of the Endrick. Would you generally agree with that?
Yes, I definitely would. There's quite
is there anything in particular about the assessment here that you disagree with in terms of Nature Scott's assessment of the Endrick?
No, not from what they've written. No, I definitely wouldn't agree with that.
We can agree that you are contending in your appropriate assessment, which has been adopted by the Park Authority, that there will be a negative effect as a result of introgression. Can you pass any comment you have on the extent to which this appropriate assessment deals with the issue of introgression?
The appropriate assessment is quite limited in that. I'm just going to do a Control F to make sure that I've got the correct information here, because it's quite a detailed document and it's quite long. Oh. Yeah, it's also quite limited.
Right, so your evidence is it's quite limited. That we can move on. I've recorded that. And when you were, I'm really interested in when you were undertaking your appropriate assessment for the board report, and there was clearly a divergence between your opinion and that of Nature Scott. Because of that divergence, did you attempt to contact Nature Scott to discuss that issue, the issue you had with adverse effects and integration with them?
We did contact them. It was a very brief meeting, and they didn't give us any more advice on integration. And also, I'd say that's incorrect to say advice. They didn't give us any evidence regarding the effects of integration, which is really what we were looking for. So that was the extent of that meeting.
So we in terms of that meeting, who was at that meeting, and do you know when it took place? What was the name of the official at Nature Scott you were discussing with, and what exactly was on the agenda? I think it'd be quite important for the reporter to note that, because we do have a relatively rare occurrence where there's a divergence of professional view between the park and Nature Scott.
It was myself and Alison Williamson, and it was Liz Pryor from Nature Scott that we had a very brief Teams meeting with, and she accepted that there would be instance of fish escaping, but didn't give us any additional information about the relevance to the Endrick. And she also stated that we were aware of the fact that this would be a catastrophic instance if there was, an incident of escaping fish.
Thank you. And I'm not going to put these documents to you, but they've been put to you in some detail today. But Mr. Finlay has put attestation letters by Fisk and Ecoderm, who are obviously manufacturers of fish farming semi-closed containment equipment. As a critical analyst, Ms Stewart, would you take what the manufacturer claims about the benefits of their particular product at face value?
No, I definitely wouldn't. And I think that's really what I was trying to say. But if it comes from a manufacturer, then there's no way that we can rely on that as scientific evidence that they're definitely going to work. So, no, I would not.
Well, similarly, he put letters to you from Pharma Analytica, who are suppliers of services within the fish farming industry, and a company called Hatch, who state themselves to be an investor in fish farm technology. What would your view as a critical analyst be of their statements or claims in terms of support for this project? Would you take it at face value?
I come from exactly the same area in that I would not 100% rely on that as giving me evidence. It's not I wouldn't rely 100%. There is no evidence within those letters. And I kind of feel, yeah, well, they would say that about the equipment.
Thank you. Now, maybe just sort of put a context to you, because what we have here in terms of the development, the proposed development, is we have, I think, a fairly sophisticated developer, appellant, applicant, with fish farming experience, who is obviously supported by a full professional team, including solicitors, ecologists. What's your view of the quality and the quantity of the evidence that they have presented to you for the purposes of you undertaking a robust, appropriate assessment?
There has been a lot of information regarding sea lice. There has not been a lot of information available to allow me to form an opinion regarding I will use this word, but robustness of the equipment regarding the fish escapes, because I would always look for examples so that I can compare technology, and that was definitely lacking.
The evidence of the appellants is that these semi-closed containment systems have received commercial licences. Have you at any stage been presented with a commercial licence on behalf of the appellants or on behalf of any other party?
No, I haven't, no.
Would it be important for you to have seen these licences?
This is straying, listen to my own friend, unfairly rubbishing evidence by suggesting it to the witness. If the lack of a supply of a commercial licence was part of the Parks case, should have been put in evidence in chief at the very least. And this is not re-examination, it's evincing a new case.
Well, sir, I do recall my friend asking quite a few questions about commercial licensing this morning, and I'm simply developing that point about what is the perspective. His view is that it should have been for the Park Authority to ask for that. My view is that it is equally the duty of a responsible professional appellant applicant to provide that information. That would be what would reasonably be expected for a new project coming to Scotland, sir.
This witness has accepted there's been commercial licences since 2018. She says so in her precognition.
She does accept the point, and it's a matter of fact that some commercial licences were issued and have been since 2018. The point that I'm trying to put to the witness is whether it would have been advantageous for the appellants to have produced those licences in order that the types of technology, the dates of those licences and the locations of those projects could be verified by the Park Authority as much as possible. And that doesn't just apply to Norway, that applies to Canada and the Faroe Islands and to other areas where these systems might have been rolled out. And it really underpins the difficulty and paper chase, sir, that the Park Authority have been put to by the appellants for reasons that we have to speculate on, sir. Why not just give us the information?
So I think the question reasonably arises based on what we've discussed earlier. So have you been provided with any commercial licence? No. And then your question there, which I think was maybe the one you were going to put, would it be advantageous have you had been?
That is exactly my question, sir.
It would certainly been advantageous to know where these systems were, because, as quite right to say, it was quite a large paper chase to try and find evidence of systems that were in operation, and that was why we had to rely on the internet and the web grabs that we did.
So the evidence, the suggestion that there's been a paper chase is ridiculous with respect. And if there was a paper chase, one wonders again why no request at all was made at any stage of the applicants for such information, notwithstanding the professional expertise on the other side of the room.
I was going to ask the same thing. If it was such a laborious paper chase, why not just go straight to the people who could supply you with it in the first place, or might have been able to?
As far as I know, our planning officer did ask for additional information.
So the requirement for independent verification has been contested by the Park Authority from let's say from the publication of its board report, but it's been absolutely consistent in its responses to the appeal, the inquiry statement, so that there's been 3 or 4 months, possibly more than that, whereby the appellants could easily, if this information does exist, have obtained that information. So there can't be any doubt that we were looking for it. So I think these are requests for it when we're actually casting doubt on the verification of what they're providing. And Mr. Finlay's gone on at length about who's being reasonable. I think the appellants are being a little bit unreasonable on this point, sir.
Yeah, okay, but you're giving me some evidence now. Mr. McKee, if you've got more questions.
So I've finished with re-examination of the witness. Thank you very much,
I beg your pardon.
Stuart. I'm grateful.
Okay, and my thanks too. It's been a long day. So the last thing I think then, before I just thank you all for participating, is to just agree the arrangements for closing submission. So from what I understand, we have the further representation from the Community Council. Mr. McKee, I think you wanted to make, or the Park wanted to make further submissions in respect of conditions, if I understand that right. I am asking if all parties can provide a summary of their case as it now stands, having heard the evidence. I'm going to suggest, we'll write out about this, but I'm going to suggest a limit of let's say 2,000 words. And
could I just be clear? I'm a bit of a stickler for procedure notices, as you know. In terms of the further representation, I think the Park's going to have 14 days to respond to the Community Council's response. We've also got 14 days to make our response to the conditions, and then the other side have 14 days to respond to that. Is that?
My thinking was those 3 things, and your closing. Well, I don't want to elongate things unnecessarily. I was hoping perhaps that you could do those 3 things and your closing submissions at the same time. Let's say 14 days from today, and then and the other parties, of course, can make their closing submissions summaries, and then 14 days after that, I would give the appellant to do likewise.
Sir, could I maybe suggest 21 days for the closing submission? Because I'm assuming you mean a closing submission across all of the topics, which will include, principally landscaping and the effects on wild salmon. So I think we need at least 21 days for that, sir.
Okay, but the idea of wrapping up all this in one in one go, that sounds doesn't sound anything problematic about doing it that way.
No, we could 21 days to them all would be fine, sir. Yeah.
Mr. Finlay, if you
just looking at the calendar, if we said by Friday the 27th of October, which in fact has given my learned friend 22 days, but call me generous.
You're too kind, you know.
And we would do it within 14 days thereafter, by, say, Friday the 10th of November.
Okay. Well, that's... Sorry.
So, and then the timescale for the case summaries, is that happening at the same time?
That's my fervent hope.
That's fine, sir. Could I just be clear as to when you're asking for case summaries, what is that? It's 2,000 words, I think you'd suggested. But what are these individual cases? Is it the whole case, or are you splitting that up into, say, landscaping and effects on wild salmon? Just so that we can be clear, sir.
I mean, I'm amenable to suggestions. The purpose of it is so that I don't spend time summarising everyone's cases. I can get straight on and write my conclusions, and so the case summaries would be either an appendix to the report, or perhaps even just a hyperlink to the report. And so, but I'm not asking you to cover every nuance of your case, and you, to a certain extent, you'll have to trust me to pick up what's not elaborated in great detail in the case summaries. I realise the entirety of your case couldn't be summed up in 2,000 words or anything like it, but it's getting across the main points.
So that's absolutely fine. So there'll be one summary of case containing everything. That's fine. I just want to be clear.
So I was going to suggest that you might want a summary, just imagining how your report to Scottish ministers is going to be. You might want a separate summary on policy, on landscape and visual, and on the inquiry session we've just had. It was either that or one summary, because trying to fit all those within 2,000 words, I think is going to be difficult.
Okay, well, let's not set a word limit on it then, but you understand what I'm looking for is something reasonably succinct that can go in a report. It doesn't need to cover every detail. So yeah, that's fine.
Can I just say that we'd probably propose, we'll try and have 2,000 words maximum on each of those issues, and if possible, we'll try and be less than that.
Yes, sir. I think we could adopt that.
Okay. Right. So that's 27th of October. I'll ask the office to write out just to confirm these details. But 27th of October, and then the 10th of November for the response. Okay. Are there any other issues we need to discuss before we close? Okay. Well, thank you everyone very much. I'll close the inquiry now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.